underground rep, mutant sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleva was his name, fighting crime and rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens, taking one last breath. If fight, we fight all to the death. Oh, gee, Sarge. You're telling me that I needed to go after this rat and I needed to, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost $2,000 and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, jeez. I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus says, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience. Come! How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus says, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord.
We got SpongeBob.
Hello, hello, hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? How we doing?
Boy, we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do.
Not right now, Woody. Not right now. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Nola Muina. Hello, Neo. Hello, the all-powerful Kagan. Hello, Walking Neon Carpet. Hello, Twitchy-tism. Quite the day indeed. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, Jane Sorrows D. Hello, Hairless Grizzly. Hello, Olsen XE. Hello, Soul the Witch. Hello, Matt 71779. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Zetetic. Hello, Jammer. Hello, Faraxial. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Elric. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Donkey Man. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Abyssal Liss. Hello, Canabob Rex. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Temporal Wizard. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, Jess. Hello, Jack the Bomb. Hello, hello, hello. Howdy, folks. Sorry if my voice sounds a little bit weird today. I feel like I've got like a swollen throat or something. Maybe fall allergies. Ariel Young, thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate it. Thank you for being the first person to support stream. Hello, Diraku. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Brassman. Hello, Paige Larson. You look gorgeous like always. Thanks. I'm dressed very cozily. I was not ambitious with my outfit tonight. Hello, Abyssal Anath. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Erica. Hello, Beefy McSteak. Hello. How we all doing? Hey, Rain. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, K-Fox. Oh, God. Honestly, I'm glad. I am, today, I know a lot of people are probably really doom and gloom today. You know, I understand why. But I gotta be completely honest with you guys. I think today was a good day. I think today was a sign of excellent things. You know, like, everything's kind of on fire. But, I gotta say, Democrats didn't cave like I thought they were today. Yeah, Sylvie DB, exactly. I thought they were gonna cave at the last minute. I thought they were gonna cave last minute. Especially when Republicans started throwing up a clean continuing resolution that wouldn't have included any, like, restrictions or anything, basically just playing for time. And Democrats didn't let that through. So, I am pleasantly surprised. I thought that was going to get him. I thought this was going to get him. This is on Republicans. They didn't even show up tonight. Oh, 100%. Like, do not allow any conservative in your sphere of influence to at all be walking around talking about how Democrats are doing this. Because, like, this is entirely on the dominant political party. You control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And if you can't get this passed, if you can't, like, actually make things work by, funding healthcare like you have been, which still wasn't great. Gotta throw that out there. Still wasn't great. Where our healthcare priorities were prior to all of this nonsense, still not great. But, like, the ask is not big. All of these cuts that Democrats are trying to stand firm on, like, they are cuts that are being insisted on by Republicans so they can give their rich donors gigantic checks. you know? So did us faxing Schumer work? You know, with these things, it is impossible to say, but you know what? I will throw this out there. I would hazard a guess that it was not a zero factor. You know, it was a non-zero factor. I would throw out there that having dozens of facts, you know, in his office might make him and his spine grow a little bit tougher. Did the Democrats finally do something? Yeah, the government is shut down as of like an hour ago. The United States government is shut down. I would take the opportunity, guys, if I were you and you called and did your part. Celebrate. Pat yourself on the back a little bit. You guys helped. Okay? Oh, sorry, 2 hours ago. You are right, Brassman. I will also throw out there that you know, we'll get to some more in-depth analysis, of course, but just the long and short of it, Democrats held firm, and I really liked what I saw from the military today. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. One of the things that has been really worrisome to me is not having a clear idea of where military leadership is at when it comes to this administration. And holy shit. This is not how you want your generals and the highest military leadership to be looking. You don't want them looking at you like this when you're coming out on stage and telling them about your big plans. So, like, it's nice to know that, you know, it's not enough for them, really, if they wanted to solidify control over the military, to just, you know, take a few, you know, key members of leadership out of circulation, you know? Literally, and this was pointed out to me by Lady Raincloud in our community, there's a guy face palming. There's a guy fucking face palming at what he's seeing. These people are like they have decades of military experience underneath their belts, each one of them, right? And they were called in to talk about warrior ethos, and we don't want fat people in the military. Like all of this could have been an email. It's all fucking insane, because then the president gets on the stage and talks about how they need to be ready to invade American cities. And, like, I gotta be honest, this is the kind of facial reaction I desire from military leadership that are being told that is what needs to happen. So, like, I am pleased with the prospect. I'm pleased with the prospect that should push really come to shove here, the military is not on the side of this clown. You know? I'm feeling better about it, because honestly, like, what you need to do if you want to be a successful authoritarian is you need to have the military on your side. There's not really any getting around that. You need the military on your side. And, well, I don't think he has that, to say the fucking least. Like, you brought the totality of the military, leadership together. A tactical blunder that, you know, were this the Cold War, Russia would have expended, like, $1 trillion to try and blow up, like, that meeting. Like, there's a reason why the military doesn't hold meetings like this. And so they're already primed to think of all of this as, like, just cartoonishly terrible, right? And then it's the content of what is being said to them is some of the I mean it's sub-reality television entertainment, you know, like a meeting of this size and of this caliber is basically reserved for, like, oh, aliens are trying to invade the planet. We need to come up with a plan. You know, like, that's that's unironically the kind of meeting we're talking about. And they did that to talk about fucking being the importance of not being overweight. And I'm gonna throw out there, if you have a general leading an army, who gives a fuck if they're overweight or not? Who cares? They're not the ones picking up a rifle and running to the front lines. They're the goddamn general. God. So anyway, I'm really optimistic, having seen this, that we are not going to get a worst case scenario. Obviously, things are fucked to hell and back, but, you know, maybe it's, like, right up to the gates of hell and then we turn around. You know, maybe we don't just sprint through them for the rest of eternity. All right. You guys ready to jump into this shit?
Solution. What these guys have said, it's my way or the highway. This is the way it's going to be. And that is kind of what Trumpism is about. That's that authoritarian tendency that we're seeing in America right now.
So are you telling me you're willing to vote no every time Leader Thiel
Damn right. I am
up?
not going to allow. Let me be clear. All right? You can quote me on this. You can quote me on this. We say in Vermont, to the cows come home. I will not let tens of thousands of fellow Americans die because they're thrown off of health care. In my state, people cannot afford a doubling in the healthcare premiums. We are already paying the highest prices in the country for healthcare. People just can't afford it. And what the Republicans have got to do is go into their hearts and go back into their constituents. Ask their constituents in Louisiana, where Johnson is from, do you think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to people like Bezos and Musk and Zuckerberg, the richest people in this country, in order to throw people off the health care they have? I think the answer will be a resounding no. So I hope the Republicans develop a sense of morality, listen to the people of America, and do the right thing. Solution with these guys.
You know, Bernie knows that they won't, of course, but he also knows it's a good political play to throw that line in there. And what we're gonna throw this over in the shutdown folder. There we go. Whew. That was some good shit. He's still sharp as a tack, isn't he, just? Yeah, Forlorn 79 now, like, I gotta be honest, after having seen the military's reaction to today, like, I'm leaning much more in the camp of there's gonna be a lot of crazy shit said, and a lot of these policies are gonna hurt a lot of people, but, like, they are not going to be successful in dismantling our democratic apparatuses. That's my feeling here. Boxing Cat, by the way, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Welcome aboard, as it were. Yeah, we've developed the Benjamin button. Can we develop the Bernie button? All right, here we go. You guys ready for a segment? I'm ready for a segment. But before we do, folks, remember, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, click the goddamn buttons. You know, because it helps the stream, and we got work to do. So I don't, you know, we gotta find a nice, succinct way of telling you all to click the button. If only we had something like that. If only we had something like that. Go, go, go! Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Carl Schaefer, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Howdy, Pirate Amir. There we go. We did it. Hello, Kaname Kun the Alpha. All right. Brassman, I guess I'd take a little bit of issue with the fact that healthcare is a dinner table issue. I would say it's one of the dinnerest of issues for the table. Let's see here. Y'all ready? You know, just a show of hands, are you guys wanting to start with shutdown talk, or are you wanting to start with like Hegseth speech, Trump speech, etc.? What are you guys feeling? I think I've been Pavloved. Hey, you can't spell Pavloved without loved. Shutdown, speech, shutdown. Shutdown. All right, okay. We'll start with the shutdown. The shutdown is by far the much shorter thing to cover, so you know, excellent thing to start with. Oh, and I don't think we're gonna make this a segment, but folks, the ruling in AAUP versus Rubio came down today from a very conservative judge. This is regarding how students were suppressed by the Trump administration for pro-Palestinian protesting, and I gotta say, like, Judge Young here answers this with swag. So it opens up page 1, postcard dated June 19th, 2025, on file in chambers. 19th of June, 2025. Trump has pardons and tanks, ... What do you have? And it then goes on, Dear Mr. or Miss Anonymous, alone I have nothing but my sense of duty. Together we, the people of the United States, you and me, have our magnificent Constitution. Here's how that works out in a specific case. And then proceeds to drop his case ruling. And it's good. It's good. He like vociferously sides with the pro-Palestinian protesters. And again, this is I think like a Reagan appointee. Like he's been around forever. William Young in Massachusetts. And I gotta throw this out there. The way it ends is masterful. I wanna full screen it, because then, you know, issues the ruling, right? And then says, I hope you found this helpful. Thanks for writing. It shows you care. You should. Sincerely and respectfully, Bill Young. P.S. The next time you're in Boston, the postmark on the card is from the Philadelphia area. Stop in at the courthouse and watch your fellow citizens sitting as jurors, reaching out for justice. It is here and in courthouses just like this one, both state and federal, spread throughout our land, that our Constitution is most vibrantly alive. For it is well said that where a jury sits, there burns the lamp of liberty. So I think this is basically, the judicial people's elbow. I think that's what this is called in law school. I like it. I like it a lot. What does that word mean? Which word? Wow, based. And like this guy was not friendly to like the pro-Palestinian cause. It's just that like the fucking subject of the case is pretty, cut and dry, right? Like here is one other excerpt from the case. I want to actually sit down and read it this weekend because apparently this judge can write a hell of a brief. This case, perhaps the most important ever to fall within the jurisdiction of this district court, squarely presents the issue whether non-citizens lawfully present here in the United States actually have the same free speech rights as the rest of us. The court answers this constitutional question unequivocally, yes, they do. No law means no law. Great stuff. Basically ruling that the Trump administration unlawfully persecuted these people on the basis of their exercising their freedom of speech. It was more about free speech rather than the protests. Well, persecuting the protesters for their speech is it's a both issue? But both things? So, I don't know. I just thought that was neat. Hello, Aska. How bad are things? Things are good. I'm hopeful. William G. Young. All right, folks. Let's jump into the actual shutdown segment, then we'll do the military stuff, huh? Hello, Nara Nila. Did you hear Ted Cruz's hot mic? Yeah. Why does the U.S. make judges a political appointment? Well, a lot of judges aren't political appointments, but yeah. The Supreme Court justices, they're appointed, and it's gross and kind of screwed up on that one. Oh yeah, K Fox, Ted Cruz said stop going after pedophiles, which is a weird thing to say, I guess. I just don't have anything more to say about it other than it's kind of funny. All right, folks. Oh, also, just a quick question from you all. does anyone happen to have the link to AOC's live that she put out there earlier tonight about the shutdown? I was trying to find it before we went live, and I just can't seem to find it. It's frustrating the shit out of me that I can't find it.
Heya. Took work off today. I thought I was having a heart attack last night. Hospital confirmed it was just smoking withdrawal panic attack.
Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, Carver Ebane. That sounds rough. Good on you for quitting smoking, though. That shit can be really rough. Yeah, AOC's live hasn't been reposted anywhere yet, and it's really fucking irritating me. Alright, whatever. We'll check it out another time. Did she do an Instagram live? Yeah. Maybe it's on... Maybe it, like, cross-posted on, like, Facebook or Threads. No. Live? No. Her last live videos are from 4 years ago. Fuck. Video. Nope. Damn it. Yeah, also, Instagram does not, like, save live posts. It's really, really irritating. Thought I saw a clip on Blue Sky. Her appearance on Chris Hayes has been getting shared around on Blue Sky. I guess it's worth taking a look at her Blue Sky to see if it's over there. Okay, we have a minute and 30-second long clip.
That they have to.
All right.
They've been.
I really wanted to see the entire thing. I gotta be honest, guys. I don't see the appeal of, like, Reels or YouTube Shorts, or like. I just don't see the appeal. Not my jam. Oh, I saw this, Jess. This is from a couple days ago. All right. All right.
Been messing up so bad.
Actually, you know what? This will be fine. We'll throw this over here. Cool. All right. I enjoy shorts. Look, nothing against people who enjoy them. I just the aspect ratio bothers me, and the fact that it's so incompatible with other ways of, like, watching media, it irritates me. And Uncle Gumball, maybe it's that, like, Instagram is, like, processing the live streamed video, but, like, I don't know. AOC is not AOC. Instagram's just kind of always been like that. All right. Let's see. You guys ready? We're gonna jump into this now. Okay. Also, if you're enjoying the show, remember, you guys fund the stream. I couldn't do it without you guys. You guys make it possible for me to do what I do. All that being said, let's jump into it, shall we? So, folks, the government is shut down. Official as of 2.5 hours ago. And, you know, that obviously has some pretty broad and sweeping ramifications. Most noticeably, you are going to see that suddenly fingers are being pointed at one another, and people are saying, hey, you know, it's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. And, you know, who are you to believe? Well, I say, you know, when you see a situation like this, step back and see who has the power. And in this particular situation, the Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the presidency, and they can effectively do anything they want. Their main roadblock is that they need a handful of Democrats to agree with them in order to even allow the Senate to vote on this funding. And the issue is that Democrats have finally stopped playing patty cake and are actually playing politics. So, what does that mean? Well, essentially the Democrats are going to bat for healthcare. They want, if they are going to give their votes, they want something in exchange. And the thing that they want in exchange is essentially the Medicare, Obamacare funding and subsidies for people's insurance premiums. Because, well, I think Bernie Sanders really sums it up well here. Let's take a listen. He was talking about this going into the shutdown about 4.5 hours ago. 5 hours ago?
Solution. But these guys have said it's my way or the highway. This is the way it's going to be. And that is kind of what Trumpism is about. That's that authoritarian tendency that we're seeing in America right now.
So are you telling me you're willing to vote no every time Leader Thin
Damn
brings
right.
this
I am
up?
not going to allow. Let me be clear. All right? You can quote me on this. You can quote me on this. We say in Vermont, till the cows come home. I will not let tens of thousands of fellow Americans die because they're thrown off of health care. In my state, people cannot afford a doubling in the health care premiums. We are already paying the highest prices in the country for health care. People just can't afford it. And what the Republicans have got to do is go into their hearts and go back into their constituents. Ask their constituents in Louisiana, where Johnson is from, do you think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to people like Bezos and Musk and Zuckerberg, the richest people in this country, in order to throw people off the health care they have? I think the answer will be a resounding no. So I hope the Republicans develop a sense of morality, listen to the people of America, and do the right thing. Solution with
I mean, that is ultimately what this comes down to, right? If Republicans are allowed to cut the health care of this country beyond the bone, what is going to happen? And we know this because we've lived through a time period where people did not have this funding. People did not have the Medicaid. People did not have the Medicare. We saw what happened. And what happened is tens of thousands of people died every year of preventable illnesses. And, like, we should all understand that basically what Republicans are doing right now is trying to say, you Democrats, you evilly want people to have health care. How dare you want tens of thousands of people to live instead of die? Oh, you dastardly Democrats. Like, you guys understand that, right? Like, this is literally, when Republicans say it's the Democrats' fault for a shutdown, the evil act that the Democrats are being accused of right now, and that Republicans are not budging on, is that Democrats want people to stay alive and not die. And Republicans are saying, well, look, if grandma needs to be fed into the wood chipper so Jeff Bezos can make another $50, like, you know, get that wood chipper started. And it really does boil down to being that simple. A lot of people might try and bullshit you about this government shutdown being more complicated. And yes, there are more things going on in the bills, scarier provisions and riders that have been added. But at the end of the day, it's a pretty easy issue because all of the bad shit that got put together by Republicans, Democrats want to take out so that it doesn't kill you. And, I mean, remarkably, you know, despite Chuck Schumer's instincts, and I'm sure all of his instincts are telling him to compromise, because that's just kind of the weak-spined individual he is, he held the line. He held the line. And I think that is unequivocally a good thing. So here is AOC, about a minute and a half from her hour-and-a-half long Instagram live stream. I'm still going to work on getting the full thing, but here's just a small clip of it.
They've been messing up so bad that they have to rehire a bunch of people that they just fired. And he's going to say that he's going to fire them again? Like, at some point, we got to call these people's BS for what it is. Like, you can't believe every single thing that a con man is going to tell you. Like, we cannot live in perpetual fear of these clowns. They are clowns. They are beclowning themselves. Yes, they are authoritarian. Like, multiple things are possible at the same time. Yes, they are abusive. They are authoritarian. They are screwing people over. I mean, everything. I mean, people were talking about prices under Biden. Have you seen the price of anything right now? It's gotten 100 times worse. Girl, the tariffs. Like, people cannot afford life right now. Way worse than times before. And so we need to be alert. We need to be aware. We can be concerned, but we cannot give them our fear, even when it is a scary time. We have to understand that they are both simultaneously brutal and ridiculous. Like, this is both of these things happening at the same time. They've been...
And that's true. You know, like, they are attempting to do an authoritarian takeover, and they've no idea what they're doing. You know, this is like, when did she record this? Like an hour ago. But you guys have to keep in mind, like, this is like if 3 kids in a trench coat tried to do authoritarianism. You know, like they're just wobbling all over it and like, no. See, my good sir, I'm definitely over 17 years old. I can see that R-rated film. Oh, hey. No, I can see that film with the vampires and the nudie breasts. Except instead of trying to order a ticket for an adult film, they're trying to do authoritarianism. So it's a little bit different. The stakes are a little bit higher. And I just gotta throw out there, we are in scary times. Today made me feel a lot less afraid of these clowns, and we'll talk more about that as we go through today's show. But the government is shut down. Now, what are some of the consequences that Republicans are talking about? Well, notably, here's Donald Trump.
Inch closer to a government shutdown. This morning, you said you might do a lot of layoffs. If DOGE is already reducing the federal workforce, why is it necessary to link more federal jobs cut to a shutdown?
Well, the Democrats want to shut it down, and so when you shut it down, you have to do layoffs. So we'd be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they're going to be Democrats. As you know, this country, no country can afford to pay for illegal immigration.
Can we?
Health care for everybody that comes into the country, and that's what they're insisting. And
okay, all right. So just gonna stop you right there. So one, the substance of the question is essentially, didn't you already fire everyone? How are you going to fire more people? And he's just like, well, you know, when you have a government shutdown, you have to fire people, which no, you don't actually. Most of the government shutdowns have not involved firing government workers. So like that's one thing. But another thing is he then goes on to say the people who are going to be fired are all Democrats. So the Democrats will be very affected. And it's like, okay, imagine you're an authoritarian and you decide you're going to just fire all Democrats from their jobs. Okay. So you just made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, like without free time? Or, sorry, with maximum amounts of free time? Now that they don't have a job? And, I just want to point out, we're about to go into, like, an organizing season of, like, people being able to go out to protests, and you want to have a bunch of highly motivated, incredibly angry people out of work during that time as prices rise at unsustainable levels. All right. I mean, it's a move. Yeah, like I just want to throw out there, not the best idea if you're an authoritarian to just openly say we're going to target our political opponents, and you make such an empty, baseless threat that of course you can't back up, and if you did, it would cripple your ability to actually do the authoritarianism. Because AOC pointed it out right at the beginning of that clip. They have fired so many people that they have now actually had to hire back people because they fired the people who knew how to do the job. All right? Like, these people are trying to be like, oh, well, if the government shuts down, we'll have to cut, you know, these programs that keep children fed. And it's like, no one is making you do that. No one is making you do that. You're doing that because you've always wanted to cut those programs. You know? And you would have cut those programs anyway. Right? And I just gotta say, I'm shocked. I'm shocked because Democrats, for the most part, voted down a clean continuing resolution. Which was like, the Republican olive branch was, what if we keep everything, but we do this a month later? Which is not a really compelling counter-negotiating offer. Yeah, let's see. The upper chamber voted 55-45 on the Republican-led proposal Tuesday night, which needed 60 votes to pass. Only two Democrats, Senator John Fetterman and Catherine Cortez Masto, voted with the GOP for the measure, along with Angus King, independent of Maine. And I just want to throw out there, maybe we should primary those three. You know, just throwing it out there, we should be primarying John Fetterman at the soonest given opportunity, and we should be primarying Catherine Cortez Masto. I remember watching her win her district on the election, and being real excited that a Democrat won, but she is very prone to stabbing the party in the back, which is crazy. And Angus King just really can't be relied on for much of anything. So, just be aware, those are the people who flipped. And let's take a look here. Yeah. Democrats say they cannot support the GOP funding extension until Republicans agree to concessions on healthcare policy. Republicans have said they are willing to negotiate on Democrats' chief demand, an extension of Affordable Care Act subsidies put in place during the coronavirus pandemic that will otherwise expire at the end of the year, but not until the government is open again. Well, we'll see who blinks first, I guess. Government employees are going to either have to work without pay or 750,000 of them are going to be furloughed every day. It's going to be rough. Schumer and Jeffries said they raised several key requests with Trump during the meeting, extending subsidies for people on insurance through the Affordable Care Act marketplace, which expire at the end of the year, preventing the administration from making unilateral decisions on federal spending, which that should have been done by the courts, but thanks, John Roberts, now Congress has to attempt to do something. Democratic leaders said that their requests must be included in the funding bill, and that the White House must guarantee that it will not unilaterally cut healthcare funds later. Thune said Democrats needed to keep the government funded during any other negotiations. I also just have to say, like, what guarantee would this president, would this White House actually keep? What guarantee could Donald Trump, the guy who has betrayed friend and foe alike, what promise rather could he possibly give that could be believed? Because I don't believe that man farther than I can throw him. All right? And I cannot throw that man. At all. I also want to throw out here... Where was this? Yeah, a negotiated solution didn't seem likely at any point Tuesday. Adding to rising tensions on both sides, Trump had posted a fake video with racist tropes of Schumer and Jeffries at a news conference outside the White House to his Truth Social account, with Schumer saying things about benefits for immigrants that he hadn't actually said, and Jeffries wearing a sombrero he hadn't been wearing as a Mexican folk song played in the background. God. It is truly embarrassing that is where our policies are right now. That is where our politics are. You know? So, we got all that going on. I am curious. I don't know the answer to this. What do ICE agents get paid during a government shutdown? Because if the answer is no, that would genuinely be hilarious. They don't get paid? Hell yeah. Of course, in response to the imminent shutdown, the Trump administration sent out, according to Marissa Kabas of the Handbasket, if you aren't following the Handbasket and subscribing, you really should. It's amazing reporting coming out. But Donald Trump has mandated that all federal agencies send out emails to their employees blaming Democrats for the shutdown. So that's where we're at. We are at, like, Donald Trump is weaponizing everything he's got to try and bring Democrats to heel. And my hope is that they will continue this type of pressure for the next, at least, 18 days, we'll say, because What's in 18 days? It's no King's Day, baby. It's no King's Day. If we have a, like, 2.5 week long shutdown, and October 18th rolls around, you are going to see some crazy shit. Because last I heard, No King's Day 2 is on track to be even larger than the first No Kings. And, you know, I'm real excited. I'm real excited to see, especially if there is a government shutdown, what the response is from Republicans after they see what's coming on the 18th. Okay? Okay. So what it looks like is that ICE agents do get paid during a government shutdown. However, they are back paid. So they are not paid during their during a government shutdown. So they will eventually be paid for all of their time during a shutdown, but until the shutdown ends, they do not get a paycheck. The stock market should have already gone way down. We are in a bubble. Oh yeah, the bubble is entirely propped up by AI. You know? Would that still hurt ICE? I mean, it wouldn't be nothing. But that's part of the pressure of a federal government shutdown, right? Like, employees are upset they're not getting paid or not able to work, and that results in pressure on politicians to get moving on a deal. So, a lot of this is interesting as hell. I want to draw your attention here to this Chris Hayes interview with AOC from about 5 hours ago. And I think, again, just kind of gives you an idea of where negotiations stand right now.
Tonight, the federal government is expected to shut down. It will be the first government shutdown since the last time Donald Trump was president. A new poll by NPR, PBS, and Marist shows that if the government does shut down tonight, which we fully expect, Americans would blame Republicans more than Democrats, with 38% of respondents blaming Republicans, 27% blaming Democrats, and 31% blaming both parties. Meanwhile, the president today said from the Oval Office that Democrats are to blame, warned that he would use a shutdown to his political advantage.
A lot of good can come down from shutdowns. We can get rid of a lot of things that we didn't want, and they'd be Democrat things.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio.
Dude is just cooked, man. Like, have you listened to him talk for any length of time these days? Just absolutely cooked.
Cortez, a Democrat in New York. She's executive board member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and she joins me now. Congresswoman, it does look like we are headed towards a shutdown. What do you see as the Democratic strategy and message here for a government funding bill?
I mean, Chris, we're here to help people. We are here in the midst of this destruction of the federal government, the federal safety net, $1 trillion eviscerated from people's health care, their Medicare, their Medicaid in this country. with prices that are skyrocketing and life becoming completely untenable for the American people, we are here to try to be a backstop and to be that backstop, which is what the American people have elected us to do.
So right now there's this sort of back and forth about the ACA tax credits. And there's kind of a strange dynamic that I want to get your sense of, right? Because at one level, negotiating over the ACA tax credits is important. I mean, there are people who are going to see their premiums go up 15, 20%, like huge amounts are going to spike. Republicans don't like these extenders. Democrats do. They think it's good for people. But that's fully in the lane of like normal politics. And then at the same time, like the president of the United States assembled 800 military commanders to say, I want you're going to have to go to war against your fellow citizens in American cities. And I think people are having a little bit of a hard time of like, we're going to have a fight on the shutdown about the tax credits, but not about the president wants to declare war on Americans, even though I understand those two are conceptually distinct. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
You know, that's an excellent question, Chris Hayes. You know, it's an excellent question. It is weird to have, like, to be in the weeds on Affordable Care Act tax credits when an unprecedented military meeting occurred today in which the president said he wanted to literally declare war on America.
Saying, Chris, but, you know, I think that's something for us to really set the record straight here on. This is not a fight over tax credits. This is a fight over your ability to go to a pharmacy and afford your insulin. We're not talking about just 15 or 20% increases in people's premiums. Tomorrow, healthcare companies, and today, healthcare companies are finalizing the premiums that everyday Americans are going to be paying. And we are talking about a doubling of monthly healthcare premiums, not even including your deductible.
Yeah, also, I'm just gonna throw out there that, like, I can't afford, like, I'm not like wealthy. I'm also not destitute. Thank you for supporting the stream, everybody. But if my healthcare costs doubled, I wouldn't be able to have healthcare. Like, I would not be able to afford that monthly bill.
In terms of what people are going to be paying next year because of $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts that were put together earlier this year. And I don't know about anybody else, but I do not...
This is my question, right? Like, so one of the things I've been reading in the coverage on this is that Democrats have been either fighting for the Affordable Care Act tax credits, or they're fighting to get, like, all of the Medicaid, cuts reversed. And, like, is it both? Is it, I want to know if it's both, right? Are they fighting for both, or are they, like, fighting for, like, the full funding of Medicaid, and they're, for whatever reason, to the mainstream press, billing it as a fight for tax cuts? So the plotting here is ridiculous, you know? Cry about it, liberals. You know, like, y'all conservatives project so much confidence right up until it's your Mima dying because they don't got Medicaid anymore. You know, like, I don't understand you people. You, like, glorify in the fact that people like yourselves are going to be suffering. I just don't get it. Like, what could possibly twist you to do that?
Think that this is just about a tax break or a small tax extender. This is about fighting, not just...
Also, gotta say, it is interesting to see that the conservative trolls that come to my streams and come into my chats, it is interesting to me that they fully own and take credit for the government shutdown and are like, haha, you guys cry about it, ha ha ha. And it's like, I mean, you know, You know who's responsible, and you love it.
On tax breaks, community health centers, and ensuring that we have a stability of the American healthcare system. And when Republicans use a legislative mechanism to gut the American healthcare system, we have to use a legislative mechanism in order to restore it and to fight for it. Because at the end of the day, you know, people may talk about tax credits this and tax credits that. What they do understand is when you have insulin and you can't afford it. What they do understand is when your kid has chemotherapy or your spouse gets diagnosed with cancer and you go into a hospital and it doesn't get covered. And you have to choose life and death, what this is about. Now, that does not mean that we ignore the abhorrent violation of law and norms and what is happening with our U.S. cities, but we have a broad spectrum of ways and places that we can fight, including our governors, our attorney generals, and our state and municipal leaders, as you just saw.
So I just want to make sure I understand this just from your perspective here. So, and I think this is generally the view of congressional leadership as well. You can correct me if I'm wrong. If there was bipartisan compromise, right? If everyone came together, the leaders of the parties, the president, and said, yes, these 5 things, we're going to make sure that these premium supports keep going. We're going to fund community health centers, whatever the sort of asks on appropriation around people's affordable health care. If those were met, Democrats would be a yes. Like, that is the box that this is happening in, as opposed to we can't fund a Department of Justice that prosecutes political enemies or whatever else might be out there.
Well, let me tell you, Chris, the mechanism by which that deal is locked is not just about agreeing in concept on tax credits. We need to do it with no tricks, no games, and no backdoors, which includes rescissions. And when we talk about rescissions, that is the mechanism that...
Also, can we just talk real quick? I know that on the one hand, we don't need to talk down to voters, but on the other hand, people aren't tuned into politics. A lot of people don't know what rescissions are. And basically what it means is that the president of the United States has been, not spending money. Has been clawing back money that has already been given to agencies and saying, wait a minute, no, you guys can't have that. You can't have that money. We know we already gave it to you. You can't have that money. It's our money now. So, it's basically, if somebody handed you, your paycheck, your boss hands you your paycheck, and then the next day was like, hey, you know how I gave you your paycheck? We actually need you to give back your paycheck. It's okay if you, bought something from the vending machine the other day. Just whatever you got left over, whatever you got left over, give it back. You have to give it back. It's the law. And that's what a rescission is, except, for government agencies. So we're talking not just one paycheck, we're talking billions of dollars.
The federal government is using to gut and destroy rule of law across the board. So we are fighting.
No, I don't think you need to talk down to voters. I just think you need to start from, an assumption that, people don't have an inbuilt understanding of some of the terminology. Just explain it as you go.
Fighting to ensure that healthcare is protected for every American, but the way that we do that.
Yeah. Also, a rescission is, of course, a little bit bigger of a deal because when Congress appoints money to be spent in the budget, it has to be spent. The Constitution mandates that money be spent. And a rescission is honestly supposed to be in extenuating circumstance that the federal branch can step in and not spend that money and actually claw it back. But the Trump administration has just been using that power willy-nilly, and it is destroying the ability of our government to function.
Also,
it is destroying the absolutely vital separation of powers upon which our democracy relies.
That the only way that you guarantee that is by forcing them to adhere to the rule of law, which means eliminating the rescission loopholes that they put in the CR earlier this year, which the Senate unfortunately had caved on then, and we're ensuring that doesn't happen now.
Yeah, the quick 10-second version for people that haven't followed this is that, you need 60 votes to get the filibuster to appropriate funds for the government, but they can pass a rescission, which is to claw back some of the money already agreed to by 50 votes. So they have this kind of like cake and eat it too model where it's like, oh yeah, we'll come together, we'll pass a bipartisan appropriations bill, and then when we've done that, then we'll go and get rid of the stuff we don't like, which just seems like an insane way to negotiate.
It's no way to negotiate. And again, we don't even have to get into the technicalities of this. But what is important to understand is that the way that you honor an agreement and the way that we honor our fight for health care and to define and to also protect everyday Americans' ability to afford their health care, to cover their kids, to defend Medicaid. Those are the same mechanisms that we use to defend our rule of law, to defend the federal workers that we are trying to protect in this shutdown. Donald Trump is trying to play this bluffing game of, well, maybe what we're going to do is hold all the federal workforce hostage and fire everybody. Donald Trump has been firing everybody. We saw this with DOJ. We've seen this at the State Department. We've seen this at the Department of Justice. They are firing everybody. They are completely eliminating the federal workforce. And in order for us to stop this madness, we have to put a stop to it, and we have to stop enabling their abuse of power, including their use of rescissions. And when we're fighting on their health care, it forces them to act in ways in accordance with the law in other ways, too.
That is kind of a clever way of boxing them in, right? Because they know that Republicans care enough about their health care to actually be paying attention to that shit. It just is what it is. They know what their constituents pay attention to. They know that healthcare is like the third rail, and Democrats sticking to their guns on this one, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. You cannot reason people out of a position they did not reason themselves into. I think that's relatively correct. Thanks, Catherine's Leaping Lemurs. Hope you have a good night. All I gotta say here is that I think ultimately what we have here, if Democrats actually hold their ground, is the makings of a pretty decent way to curtail Donald Trump's power to get us limping over the finish line in 2026, at which point we can then maybe breathe a little bit, just a little bit. Are they standing up for trans healthcare? Well, my understanding is that the continuing resolution that the Republicans put forward with the anti-trans bullshit in it is dead. That's my understanding. Republicans have introduced a clean continuing resolution that doesn't have any of the anti-trans riders in it, and that has also failed. So Democrats are seemingly going to bat for, they're going to make it an issue of going to bat for healthcare rights for everyone. And I think from what I've seen, from all I've read about what is being negotiated, it seems like they are standing firm on trans issues for now. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That there's an asterisk for now. We will see how negotiations develop, but I am cautiously optimistic. How long do you think the government will be shut down? I genuinely have no idea. With the Republican level of insanity right now in this country, it really depends. Because on the one hand, they are incredibly cartoonish and buffoonish, and they do not have their ducks in a row, as it were. And I can foresee a lot of bumbling, right? And that might mean that it's either going to be over really fast or it's going to be over not so fast. It's going to take a while, you know? We'll see. Last time it was a record 5 weeks, and it mostly ended because the TSA couldn't keep working for free. You know, if Democrats are willing to go to bat for this, you know, we'll see. We'll see. They need to go the distance. God. All right, back to this.
Let me ask you this. There are some people I have seen who have the following theory of why Senate Democrats have not cut a deal where they give 8 votes and you know, move along. And that is that Chuck Schumer is worried about a primary challenge from you and is worried about the politics to his left flank. And so because of that worry about a primary challenge, he's going to shut down the government. Ergo, it is AOC's fault that the government's shutting down, or that you're somehow the kind of fulcrum of this. And I want to just ask you straight up, like, are you planning to primary challenge him? Do you think that's why he's doing this?
This is so not about me in this moment. This is about people being able to insure their children. And
yeah,
I will.
She's not going to engage on that topic right now. Like, come on, Chris.
Say. Because I saw some senators speculating about this, and I saw some Republican members of Congress saying
it's still a good question to ask. I'm not knocking Chris for asking that question, but like, yeah, we all know how she's going to respond to that one.
Oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate 4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapies.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. AOC usurping Chuck Schumer's power already? Whoa, looks like Chris Hayes got that scoop he was looking for. Breaking news! AOC calls for negotiations with her personally.
To be fair, Chris is the only actual journalist left to cover MS News.
I mean, that's true. Like, MSNBC has fired basically all of the people who actually gave a shit, you know? Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated.
So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really think is going on.
There is, over the last week, it seems a lot of people, and I include myself among them, feel like a sort of rising sense of alarm about the aggressiveness of the sort of authoritarian aspirations of this government, essentially firing a U.S. attorney to replace him with a patsy who will indict a political enemy. The continued threat of using the military on American citizens, the ordering the troops to Portland and then backing up because it was 5-year-old B-roll. I don't know. Do you feel the same way over this last week or two? Does it feel like continuity to you? Are there conversations in your caucus about what this last week has meant?
I think there's 2 things that are happening at once, and this is something that's very important for people to understand. One, there absolutely is an unprecedented abuse of power, destruction of norms, erosion of our government and our democracy in order to prop up an authoritarian style of governance. That is happening. However, they are weaker than they look. And it is important that we remember that, because what they rely on is the impression of power, the perception of inevitability, in us giving up in advance to say, oh, what's going to happen if I stand up, etc. Nothing's going to happen. They rely on that perception of inevitability and power.
Admittedly, they lost the introspection of Joy Reid's body analysis of anyone the network hates.
It's true. You know, it was a huge loss. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But like, no, like AOC's spitting here, right? Like, this administration is a paper tiger. You know, Sandwich Hero might have lost his job, but he wasn't indicted. You know, like, we actually have a lot more power than we give ourselves credit for, and that plays into this administration's aspirations. When you act as if the law doesn't matter, you only empower and embolden them to break the law more. You know, we must collectively act in order to support our ailing and decrepit institutions, such as they are, because in protecting them, we might also change them into something that works for us rather than against us. And I think that that's really one of the takeaways here, is that if you want things to get better, you have to actually get into the shit. You actually have to get up off your butt and do the work. And I know it sounds trite to be like, but, and with the power of friendship, we can reforge our democracy stronger than ever before. But like, sometimes stuff like that is just true. You know, like sometimes when we all pitch in together, we can in fact do great things. That's honestly kind of the entire premise of human society as a whole. It's that when we all work together, we can achieve far more than any one of us on our own. And so when we talk about this and people act like it's a foregone conclusion, guys, people have been banding together and organizing in far worse situations than us right now. And it is scary. For sure, it's scary. But when we work together, when we organize, when we show up to protests, when we show up to our local, like, political meetings, when we actually get involved, when we actually understand the issues, when we actually broaden our horizons within our communities, it does work, it does pay off, and it does make things better. You know, like, you know, one of the stories from when I was getting started, you know, like 4 years ago or so, I just vividly remember a story that came out, I think it was from Wisconsin, about like one guy on a city council who like went on a tirade and got like the city council to allow the senior center to be open to the unhoused because temperatures were going to be dropping to like, you know, wind chill of like negative 40 degrees, right? And, you know, we're talking temperatures that would kill people. And if you're unhoused in negative 40 degree temperatures, you're probably not going to make it. And when we tend to think about issues on the local level and organizing on the local level, we tend to think small. Like the only issues that can matter are on the national level, but it matters intensely to the people in your community for whom these issues are life and death, right? It matters a lot. And so I guess what I'm trying to say here is like, we need to stand up not just against authoritarianism, but for our communities. Because when we stand up not just against the overarching problem, but for our immediate improvement and betterment, we also can achieve great things for, you know, people around us. And I think that that's really beautiful. And I think that that's really motivating. And I think reframing how you try and why you try around not just, you know, almost abstract concepts on a national scale that you can hardly even conceive of, but reframe it into tangible local issues. Because when you reframe it that way, then suddenly concrete action springs into view. So, anyway, sorry to go on that little tear.
So that people comply in advance and acquiesce in advance.
Also, wait, Sake Tanuki, what was this? Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Saw this gem in Cape Cod. Are you wicked pissed and ready to organize? Protect each other. Sign up for Luce's Ice Watch Network to directly help when ICE is spotted in our communities at loosemass.org. Build the resistance. Join Mass 50501. Oh, 5051. Just here visiting. Find your state 5050.1. I love to see it. You know, like, genuinely, folks, sometimes just putting up posters in your community to let other people know when the next big protest is, that is great work. Helps organize folks who are not plugged into what events are happening. Jack, as a New Englander, I'm personally offended by this accent you're putting on. Do I need to do, like, the radio announcer voice? Like, breaking news! You can do much more at the local level. Just show up to a zoning committee meeting.
You can do so much at the local level. Just show up to zoning committee meetings and other meetings like that. You will probably be the youngest there.
It's true, and they will be excited to give you power, because that is how these groups work. Also, Irasenda Kitten, thank you for the $3 dono. The Iowa governor is threatening teachers' license and jobs if they don't let ICE in. Well, he can eat their entire ass. Like, any teacher worth their salt is letting ICE into their classrooms over their own dead bodies, you know? Like, you want masked thugs coming into your child's classroom to apprehend children? Fuck no. Teachers would rather die than let that happen.
And give up in advance. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump is at record levels of unpopularity in his tenure. The Republican House is at record levels of unpopularity. They are underwater across the board, and they know it. And that is causing them to double down in public, but it is backfiring. That is why, whether it's a shutdown, whether it's all of this, they want us to blink first. And we have too much to save. Protecting people is too important a task for us to give up before anything even starts. So they may want to send people in, but these National Guardsmen do not want to be turned against their fellow Americans. We're seeing this here in Washington, D.C. It is an insult. Donald Trump is insulting the service members of this country by putting them on these silly tasks that they themselves do not want to be enforcing. And so we have to understand that standing up matters, that our voice matters, to not give in to this cynicism, because that is what they rely on in order to perpetuate this idea that they are that they have total immunity from consequence. They will experience the consequences of this, but we have to be the consequence, which is why we have to stand tall right now alongside everyday Americans who want us to be standing up right now as well.
Honestly, excellent point to end on here, because ultimately what she says is true. Donald Trump is one of the least popular presidents ever. People fucking hate his policies. People hate, like, even in the Republican Party, like, discontent among Republicans went, young Republicans specifically, went from 30% to over 60%. Like, it doubled to 60%. Like, that's crazy. Within the span of a handful of months, right? And, like, on top of that, it's only going to go down from here. There's nothing he can do in the process of doubling down that is going to make him more popular. And like all fascist movements, this is one that is bound to crash and burn, right? Like, we oppose it because we have to, but also we need to oppose it knowing that we are going to win. We are going to stand victorious over these people. And when we do, it is not simply enough for us to say, ah, look, we were right. All's well that ends well, and then, like, walk off and do fuck all about it, right? Because what needs to happen to ensure that people like this never run this country again, and never hold any kind of power like this over us again, is we need to have alternatives. We need to have ideas, especially on the local level, you know? And I know that there are wonderful policies coming out of every corner of America at any given time. You know, the ideas of, like, municipal grocery stores that have been pioneered by, you know, small rural American towns that have bought, like, the last remaining grocery store because it was about to collapse because mom and pop were about to retire, right? And that saved the town. These are ideas that have been proven tried and true. You know, New Mexico, you know, everything that is happening right now, New Mexico is trying to pass free childcare for every person in the state. You know? Like, that's incredible. That's wonderful. Better things are possible, but we need to be aware of that, not just in the abstract, but we need to be aware of it when we are engaging locally. We need to be aware of it when we are getting involved politically right now to oppose fascism. We need to be aware of things that we believe are good ideas to try on the local level, because when we are involving ourselves in the local political scene, that means we're also building up power locally to change things for the better. You can do more than just oppose fascism when you organize. You can oppose fascism and build something better in the ashes of the old. Right? This is what our movement is about. It is about opposing authoritarian fascists, and it is also about building up a new world that is better than the one that led to this fascist hellhole in the first place. So go to your local city council meetings and figure out what is happening in your city. Figure out what is going on, what is being debated. Figure out, like, who are the local political movers and shakers. Like, have an idea in your local area what is happening. And then, with that context, get involved with your local Democrats, get involved with your local DSA. Okay, if you need help doing that, use !organize in any of the chats, and come on over to the Discord. And if you want to organize with your local Dems, you can reach out to Dragonfly on the Discord. Or you can reach out to GamerG if you want to get involved in DSA. So with that, folks, organize. Because what we're seeing right here is that Dems can at times have a spine. And right now we need them to have a spine so that we can save tens of thousands of people from dying of lack of healthcare coverage every year. A completely preventable thing, but we need to actually turn up. So organize locally, and for the love of God, turn out to your October 18th No Kings protest. I guarantee you there is one local to you, and if there is not, you can start your own and organize locally. All right? With all of that being said, I have to reiterate one last time, I am incredibly impressed that Democrats actually held the line. And I hope that they continue to hold the line until we can ensure that every American has healthcare coverage. And with that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It's always weird to end that way. Oh, baby. How we doing, folks? If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And guys, we've been going for almost 2 hours now. And like I'm good. I'm glad. I'm sorry, Jack, but that's not spine the Democrats are displaying. Look, maybe spine is giving it too much credit, but I'm going to be honest, I expected them to cave before the government shutdown deadline. I expected them to have nothing even remotely resembling, like, vague cartiloid spine, but they had enough of a spine to not instantly capitulate, which is frankly what I was expecting. Also, AI politicians are a terrible idea, Alan Shepard. Like, just the worst. Yeah, we found one vertebrae. The rest might all be annihilated. Well, you know, it remains to be seen. We found one vertebra, you know, still suspended in the in the gelatinous cube. Also, speaking of AI, can we just like take a moment to really engage with this for a moment? Like, man, we are so cooked. The fact that like so many people can't instantly see how this is going to be one of the worst things to just drop on the internet. Here's Gabriel. I have the most liked video on Sora 2 right now. I will be enjoying this short moment while it lasts. CCTV footage of Sam stealing GPUs at Target for Sora inference. So, yeah, this is, what you're about to see is an AI-generated video of a shoplifter. So, you know, luckily, you know, there are still, some tells, like, graphics cards. And I guess the premise here is that a bunch of graphics cards are there, and the guy takes one, and then there's a sliding door here. It gets immediately caught by security, because it's right by the windows. But, you know, there are some tells, but also... Can you... Can you... Like, yeah, the shoplifter was Sam Altman, sorry. You know, the OpenAI guy. And I don't know, can any of you maybe see the issue with technology that can just shit out a million fake videos of someone doing various crimes on CCTV cameras? Can any of you like not instantly understand like that's real bad? Hell yeah, I can. Great. I told you the AI market was collapsing. Even Sam Altman has to steal his hardware. No kidding. But like, this is just like, how are you proud of this? How are you proud of this technology? You just made the evidence fabricator device. Why are you proud of that? What if we just forged some evidence for crimes? You know? Look, we're not even gonna do any investigation into the facts of the case because we have this footage we just made for you on an AI algorithm to frame you for your crime. Any last words? Please don't tell MAGA how to use it ever. Oh, I'm pretty sure they all know how to use it. Probably for incredibly disgusting and depraved reasons, too. Seriously, how do we deal with this? You can't trust anything at all now? Well, I mean, I think the way you deal with it is you outlaw the data centers, you know? You outlaw the data centers. No one wants them. They're huge liabilities for communities and state-level power grids. Like, you gotta remove the infrastructure for this, because I guess one of the nice things about it is that it does require infrastructure.
And you know the police will be using AI to ensure that evidence is authentic and not made by AI.
Yeah, you know, and pretty soon you'll have another I, you know, because, look, dog, I heard you liked I, so I put an I next to your I, and now you got an I. Nailed it. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I just, like, this is such an obvious problem. Why would you make this? Why would you make this and not realize what the fuck is wrong with everything about this? The complete lack of introspection is crazy. All right. Okay. God, we have to talk about this military rally, and I gotta be honest, I don't want to cover both speeches, because then we're talking about like a 2-hour minimum commitment, and I don't know that I got that dog in me. I don't know that I got that dog in me, folks. Like, do we do the Hegseth speech? Or do we do the Trump speech? They are both really bad and dumb. Can we speed them up? That might be the way to go. Do Hegseth, it's funnier. Hegseth? Alright. Seen a lot of people saying Hegseth. We'll also speed it up. Ba-da-ba-bo. Wait, that's Donald Trump. This is Pete Hegseth. Man, I really wanted to do fun things tonight, and then the world kept having things happening. Alright. Also, folks, if you're enjoying the show, remember to drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make the show possible. And let's go, shall we? So, folks, we have to talk about an unprecedented gathering of military brass. I think for the first time ever in American history, all members of the military, I believe at the rank of brigadier general or above, were called to, I think this was Quantico? Yeah, Quantico, Virginia. And they weren't told what it was going to be about. And then a few days ago, Politico revealed, oh, it's going to be about grooming and the warrior ethos. And then we found out last minute that Donald Trump was going to come. And I gotta be honest, it came across like Donald Trump had no idea what was happening. And then someone asked about it, and he said to himself, that seems like something I should go to, and decided to go to it last minute. That's
what was the Matt
really
Walsh
how it seems
segment
like.
Yesterday supposed to be about? The I Hate Muslims video?
Nomi Sunrider, yes, and we'll get to that eventually. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So let's see what was so important that Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War now, I guess, had to recall all the generals of the United States military to one place, something that is inherently one of the largest security vulnerabilities one can possibly imagine. Let's take a look, I guess.
Senior leaders, good morning. Wow, what a group here today.
You know what? I want to hear from Heggie. We demand Heggie. We demand the guy we just saw the other day flip a skateboard into his nuts. We want to see that guy. He knows the warrior ethos. Here, can we... I'm sorry, just... in case you have no idea what I'm talking about, here we go. God, why is it all on Instagram? Here. The warrior ethos, everybody! The warrior ethos on full display. Here we go.
Please, take your seats.
You know, I do have to say, a lot of what I saw from this made me feel a lot better about where our military's at.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the Joint Chiefs, generals, admirals, commanders, officers, senior enlisted, NCOs, enlisted, and every member of our American military, good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the War Department, because the era of the Department of Defense is over. You see, the motto of my first platoon was those who long for peace must prepare for war.
I can't listen to it at this speed. We gotta slow it down. Like, I'm physically capable of understanding him, but it's unpleasant.
This is, of course, not a new idea. This crowd knows that. The origin dates to the 4th century Rome and has been repeated ever since, including by our first commander-in-chief, George Washington, the first leader of the War Department. It captures a simple yet...
Look at him lumbering around and just wandering the stage. Why even have a podium, man?
Profound truth. To ensure peace, we must prepare for war. From this moment forward, the only mission of the newly restored Department of War is this: warfighting. Preparing for war and preparing to win. Unrelenting and uncompromising in that pursuit.
You know, as opposed to the U.S. military prior to this, prior to this, the U.S. military expended no resources whatsoever on winning.
Not because we want war. No one here wants war. But it's because we love peace. We love peace for our fellow citizens. They deserve peace, and they rightfully expect us to deliver it. Our number one job, of course, is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength.
Look. We don't want war. We don't want to wage war, everyone. That's why we just renamed this the Department of War, and I'm talking about how you all need to be ready to go to war. None of us wants war.
And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it. That's why...
That's absolute nonsense, by the way. Just... the only people who deserve peace are the most violent societies to ever exist. That's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
Pacifism is so naive and dangerous. It ignores human nature and it ignores human history. Either you protect your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone. It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose, or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolish...
you know, can we just, like, take a moment to, like, acknowledge that this man is talking about we can win any war we choose, which is a really big difference from, like, defending, you know, the United States of America. Instead, it's...
This order goes back to ancient Greece, talking about Caesar.
God, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. This is just surreal. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe if you're in the business of choosing wars, maybe the choice should just be no war. You know, I'm just spitballing here.
To challenge
Just a
us,
simple country
they will be
streamer.
crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O. If necessary, our troops can translate that for you. Another way to put it is peace through strength, brought to you by the warrior ethos. And we are restoring both. As President Trump has said, and he's right, we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is true, full stop. Nobody can touch us. It's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term. But it's also true because of the leaders in this room and the incredible troops that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote. You feel it, I feel it. This is a moment.
You know, it's just interesting to say, like, we're the best around. But you all need a warrior ethos because you guys haven't focused on winning. But we're the best already, but you know, like, it could be better. Like, I mean, it's silly.
Of urgency, mounting.
It's some real negging at the club bullshit.
There is no time for games. We must be prepared. If we're going to prevent and avoid war, we must prepare now. We are the strength part of peace through strength. And either we're ready to win or we are not. You see, this urgent moment, of course, requires more troops, more munitions, more drones, more Patriots, more submarines, more B-21 bombers. It requires more innovation, more AI in everything, and ahead of the curve. More cyber attacks.
Oh, great. More AI and everything.
The
Excellent.
sped up talking really doesn't capture the awkward silence when he says FAFO, expecting cheering and getting silence.
You know, that's true. We'll replay that. Maybe it's wait, it might be actually worth playing this at normal speed just to hear the deafening silence every time he pauses for an applause line.
Strongest, most powerful, most lethal, and most prepared military on the planet. That is true, full stop. Nobody can.
Is it my headphone or is his audio too low? You know, he sounds loud to me, but maybe not to you guys.
Yes, it's not even close. This is true largely because of the historic investments that he made in his first term, and we will continue in this term. But it's also true because of the leaders in this room and the incredible troops that you all lead. But the world, and as the chairman mentioned, our enemies get a vote. You feel it, I feel it. This is a moment of urgency, mounting urgency. Enemies gather, threats grow. There is no time for games. We must be prepared. If we're going to prevent and avoid war, we must prepare now. We are the strength part of peace through strength. And either we're ready to win or we are not. You see, this urgent moment, of course, requires more troops, more munitions, more drones, more Patriots, more submarines, more B-21 bombers. It requires more innovation, more AI in everything and ahead of the curve. More cyber effects, more counter-UAS, more space, more speed.
More space. Sorry, I guess I didn't go back far enough? Question mark? Did he say fuck around, find out, like, so early into his speech?
To win. Unrelenting and uncompromising in that pursuit. Not because we want war. No one here wants war. But it's because we love peace. We love peace for our fellow citizens. They deserve peace, and they rightfully expect us to deliver it. Our number one job, of course, is to be strong so that we can prevent war in the first place. The president talks about it all the time. It's called peace through strength. And as history teaches us, the only people who actually deserve peace are those who are willing to wage war to defend it. That's why pacifism is so naive and dangerous. It ignores human nature and it ignores human history. Either you protect your people and your sovereignty, or you will be subservient to something or someone. It's a truth as old as time. And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O. If necessary, our troops can
Just like a woo, what one guy way in the back. Woo!
Like that for you. Another way to put it is peace through strength.
Yeah, war is peace. Yeah.
And our dear leader said he would come here, and I'm going to do my best to make sure he does, on stage.
Come! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And yeah, it is flaccid as hell. This conservative attempt to rally people who have dedicated their lives to, you know, essentially protecting the Constitution of America. And I gotta say, like, I had some doubts about where the military might be relative to the Trump administration, but can we just take a look at like this image of the crowd that he's currently talking to? Like, they all look dumbfounded, irritated, depressed. Like, damn, dude. There's like one guy with like somewhat a smile on his face, and like, gotta be honest, he's probably laughing at what these clowns are saying on stage. And I gotta throw this out there. There's literally a guy right here face palming. Yeah, like, not only could a lot of this have been like an email, but like, you know, it's embarrassing shit. It is utterly embarrassing shit. We need more cyber effects.
And share the burden. America cannot do everything. The free world requires allies with real hard power, real military leadership, and real military capabilities. The War Department is tackling and prioritizing all of these things. And I'll be giving a speech next month that'll showcase the speed, innovation, and generational acquisition reforms we are undertaking urgently. Likewise, the nature...
Well, they're not supposed to react. Yeah, but my fear was that as an institution, the military was already so gone that maybe they would clap. Maybe they would be very enthusiastic about this. In the case of authoritarians actually succeeding in taking power,
I haven't seen someone bomb this hard in
that
front
would
of the
be
military
necessary.
since 2003.
Damn. Damn, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciated that joke.
Of the threats we face in our hemisphere and in deterring China is another speech for another day, coming soon. This speech, today, as I drink my coffee.
Yeah, but like, you know, I think you guys are misunderstanding my point. My point is, we are in unprecedented times where people aren't acting how they're supposed to. So seeing that members of the military leadership are acting relatively how they are supposed to, and are, in fact, if we are to interpret anything from the looks on their faces, and the, I should also mention the, off the books responses, Pete Hegseth's speech, an insane insult to senior officers, according to a special ops leader who commented as with anonymity. Like, these people are all pissed off. You can say like, oh well, you know, they're not reacting. I mean, like, this look, I'm not like a body language expert or anything, but my limited understanding of human facial expressions and emotional output indicates that these are not people who are pleased with what they are seeing. You know, just just go from these two guys, like. These are not the faces of guys who are just very composed, and they composedly think that what they are seeing is a good idea. Okay, like, just throwing it out there. Also, these two look like they'd make an adorable, like, buddy cop film type situation. But I digress. And that's just two guys. Like, you could just go to like almost any two guys here, and like they're not having a great time. So, that being said, let's see Pete Hegseth.
This speech today is about people, and it's about culture. The topic today is about the nature of ourselves.
You just took a sip of coffee while giving
because no
speech?
plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department. If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy. The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders, good leaders. Competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking,
sexy, just massively endowed, wonderful, cool, loving, comfortable, snuggleable.
Political, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution. Eugene Sledge, in his World War II memoir, wrote,
"The strength of a bear, the power of a twink. Let's go. We will develop it as the U.S. military."
Quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it.
We will create the most genetically perfect otter you have ever seen. Our otter forces will be able to infiltrate any enemy nation and get any intel.
The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other. In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Our warfighters are entitled.
That's all we can do for you. Good luck.
To be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be. Even then, in combat, even if you do everything right, you may still lose people because the enemy always gets a vote.
Man, I see some people are taking the terminology I used to mean like half man, half otter hybrids. And if that's how you want to interpret what I said, all right, go for it.
Sacred duty to ensure that our warriors are led by the most capable and qualified combat leaders. This is one thing you and I can control. And we owe it to the force to deliver it. For too long, we have simply not done that. The military has been forced by foolish and reckless politicians to focus on the wrong things. In many ways, this speech is about fixing decades of decay.
Oh.
You'll be so impressed with these otters that you may want to die after mating with them from autoerotic asphyxiation.
What an utterly terrible way to go. Osaka Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Highly breedable, extraordinarily deadly.
some of it obvious, some of it hidden. Or as the chairman has put it, we are clearing out the debris, removing the distractions, clearing the way for leaders to be leaders. You might say we're ending the war on warriors.
Oh, good. We're ending the war on warriors so that the warriors can do more wars, right? Like, that's... This is so stupid. This is so stupid. I gotta be honest with you. If you're in the military, you're in this room, you're listening to this. This is so utterly divorced from anything you actually need to do your job that it's almost it would be comical but this guy is unfortunately in charge of what you do. This is like walking into your manager at like Office Depot who's telling you that from now on Office Depot is going to become a fast food chain starting today. And you're just like, wait, what? We're going to start flipping hamburgers? We're gonna use the photocopiers to like cook the meat? What is happening? And then like your manager is just gonna leave halfway through the day and say, figure it out, lead yourselves. And then you don't see him again for another 2 years. Like, that's the equivalent of what's happening here. God. Ms. Gender Lynn, I'm doing great. I hope you're doing well too.
Hey Jack. Me and the 3 trans people I know in my gender studies class are facing some discrimination RN. Thanks for reminding me of the good parts of being trans, for reminding me we're not alone.
I'm really sorry that you're getting discriminated against in your gender studies class. Like that seems like the last place on earth a trans person should be getting discriminated against. So I'm really sorry that's happening to you, and I hope you have some kind of recourse to get it to stop. But like, man, talk about being blindsided in that scenario. Jesus. And thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated.
I heard someone wrote a book about that. For too long, we've promoted too many uniformed leaders for the wrong reasons. Based on their race, based on gender quotas.
Man, imagine if you're in that room and you're like a black man who has been promoted above the rank of brigadier general.
This is the mandatory assembly they thought they stopped having to have in grade school.
Yeah, no kidding, Sake Tanuki. God. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake. But like, imagine if you're like a black man who has made it to the rank of brigadier general or above, and you hear this man saying that like, oh yeah, anyone who got promoted in the military was getting promoted on the basis of race. Like, Jesus.
Based on historic so-called firsts. We've pretended that combat arms and non-combat arms are the same thing.
Like, I feel like we need to have... Here, you know what? I'm gonna do a little thing here. Print screen. We're gonna do a little on the fly Microsoft Paint editing. Boop, boop, boop. Cool. And save as. Do. Cool. Excellent. We have we're gonna have a little bit of a additional viewership here. Let me throw this on. Boom. Excellent. This is exactly what I wanted, except I wanted it over here. Let's do that. Maybe like right here, or maybe down here. Maybe like right here. I don't know. I don't want it to cover the captions. You know what? Let's. Da 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 da. All right, let's take a look how this looks here. There we go. The generals reacting live. Actually, maybe I need like a... Do I just have like a black box? Be really convenient. God damn it. This isn't worth it for the bit. The bit wasn't that good. But now I'm too deep. I can't stop. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Everybody
fine.
has a black box.
Everybody has a black box. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Sake Tanuki. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. We're just gonna make it the joke a little bit smaller. There we go. Nah, this is dumb. This is bad. I don't like it. Here, we're gonna put him up there.
We've weeded out so-called toxic leaders under the guise of double-blind psychology assessments, promoting risk-averse, go-along-to-get-along conformists instead. You name it, the department did it. Foolish and reckless political leaders set the wrong compass heading, and we lost our way. We became the woke department, but not anymore.
The United States Department of Woke.
Right now, I'm looking out at a sea of Americans who made a choice when they were young men and young women to do something most Americans will not, to serve something greater than yourselves, to fight for God and country, for freedom and the Constitution. You made a choice to serve when others did not, and I commend you. You are truly the best of America. But this does not mean, and this goes for all of us, that our path to this auditorium on this day was a straight line, or that the conditions of the formations we lead...
Your bits are always that good, Jack.
Yo!
Have fair. Ooh, 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 IDK. If Dono Ghost is a thing still. Ooh, oh,
Whoa!
www.
Oh, 10-letter name. Thank you for the tier 4 sub. Very much appreciated. And also, of course the Dono Ghost is still a thing. Oh!
Are where we want them to be. You love your country, and we love this uniform, which is why we must do better. We just have to be honest. We have to say with our mouths what we see with our eyes, to just tell it like it is in plain English, to point out the obvious things right in front of us. That's what leaders must do. We cannot go another day without directly addressing the plank in our own eye.
Why? Okay, genuine question, right?
Directly addressing the plank in our own eye.
Here we go. I think this demonstrates my point. Why? You know, Pete Hegseth is a man who has been in showbiz for most of his life, right? And he's very wealthy, right? Why is his suit so poorly tailored that like the sleeves come like it's like a goddamn capri on his arm? Like what the hell is happening with your sleeves, man? What are you doing? I'm just kind of like, what? Like, you have like a ton of money. You're doing this for the money. Good tailoring is gay. I just, it looks like he just picked a suit off a rack that was made for somebody else. It's embarrassing.
Without addressing the problems in our own commands and in our own formations. This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses.
Yeah, we wouldn't want people to feel welcome in the military. You know, it's not like we need to, we are already struggling to meet recruitment numbers. You know, we want to do everything possible to make it very unpleasant to be in the military. Is a hell of a message to send.
No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender.
Hell yeah, man. Like, the military is one of the most justifiably, the military is deeply concerned about climate change because they're the ones who are going to have to fight goddamn resource wars should, worst case climate disaster happen. And the best way, by the way, for us not to have to fight resource wars would just be not kill the planet, Like, at this point, we should consider, climate change reversal spending to be national security spending.
Delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit. I've made it my mission to uproot the obvious distractions that made us less capable and less lethal. That said,
Jackie's canceling sexual assault victim services? Yeah, because of course he is. Dude, tried to silence multiple sexual assault allegations against himself. Like, yeah, of course. He wants the good old boys to continue to, sexually assault women and fellow servicemen. Like, he thinks that's good. He the subtext of a lot of this is that he wants to encourage troops to do sexual violence because he thinks it makes them tougher. Like, he thinks it is a good thing to have these types of folks cultivated within the military. Like, I would suspect that if someone asked him about, sexual atrocities in historical, wars, he would probably be pretty in favor of them.
the War Department requires the next step. Underneath the woke garbage is a deeper problem, and a more important problem that we are fixing and fixing fast. Common sense is back at the White House, so making the necessary changes is actually pretty straightforward. President Trump expects it. And the litmus test for these changes is pretty simple. Would I want my eldest son, who is 15 years old, eventually joining the types of formations that we are currently wielding? If in any way the answer to that is no, or even yes, but, then we're doing something wrong. Because my son is no more important than any other American citizen who dons the cloth of our nation. He is no more important than your son. All precious souls made in the image and likeness of God. Every parent deserves to know that their son or their daughter that joins our ranks is entering exactly the kind of unit that the Secretary of War would want his son.
Yeah, the whining noise that is has been gaining in intensity. I hate it. I hate it a lot.
To join. Think of it as the goal.
Wait, is he wearing an American flag? He's wearing a goddamn American flag belt buckle. Mr. Malachi, what a goddamn eye. I can't, like, holy shit.
Would want his son to join. Think of it as the golden rule test. Jesus said,
man, if you're going all out with the American flag belt buckle, why aren't you theming like the rest of your outfit? Why not like a tie that has the stars on it? You know, why not an undershirt that's pinstriped with white and red? Like, you know, at a certain point, why aren't you just dressing in the flag?
Unto others, that's what you would have done unto yourself. It's the ultimate simplifying test of truth. The new War Department golden rule is this: do unto your unit as you would have done unto your own child's unit. Would you want him serving with fat or unfit or undertrained troops? Or alongside people who can't meet basic standards? Or in a unit where standards were lowered so certain types of troops could make it in? In a unit where leaders were promoted for reasons other than merit, performance, and warfighting? The answer is not just no, it's hell no. This means at the War Department, first and foremost, we must restore a ruthless, dispassionate.
You look, you're the father of your platoon, everyone. You're the father figure of the platoon. What would you raise your platoon like you would your own children?
And common sense application of standards. I don't want my son serving alongside troops who are out of shape.
Republicans should never talk about what they do with their own child's unit.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. No fucking kidding. Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. What is this? K Fox. Oh my god. The fashion sense is just, it's a choice. It's a fucking choice, isn't it?
Or in combat unit with females who can't meet the same combat arms physical standards as men. Or troops who are not.
Oh, cool. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna kick out, like, minorities and women out of the armed forces. Sure, that'll go well. That'll go great. Yeah, I'm sure that will win over the loyalty of the minorities and women who are in the audience. There are both in the audience right now. Like holy shit, dude.
Not fully proficient on their assigned weapons, platform, or task. Or under a leader who was the first, but not the best. Standards must be uniform, gender neutral, and high. If not...
Also, can we, like, take a moment to really reckon with the fact that when he says, like, people are being promoted for, you know, shitty reasons, he's basically telling everyone in the audience that they're really bad at their job and incapable of actually deciding who is fit to be promoted. You know, like, he's basically telling them they're all shitty at their job. This is not how you cultivate loyalty from these people. You know, telling them that they have to, like, alienate their own troops and that they are incompetent and bad at their jobs, like, that does not cultivate loyalty from the people you need in your corner if your goal is authoritarianism. Yeah, this is, like, an immense affront to, like, each and every one of these people. Because you have to remember, if you are a career military individual, like, you take a lot of pride in your work. You know? That just is kind of the way folks like that are. And You know, my grandfather was like this. I am familiar with the archetype, and like coming out here and shit talking these people. These are not, you can't fire all of these people. The amount of expertise they have is too immense for you to actually get rid of, right? You need these people on your side. Whether it's to do like wars halfway around the world or to like occupy American cities with the US military or whatever you want to do. You need them on your side. And if you have not cultivated the loyalty you need from these people, if you give it an order that is quite clearly contrary to the Constitution of the United States of America, and they're pissed off at you, they are definitely not going to follow that order. You know, it's still kind of a toss-up, even if they like you, as to whether or not they follow that order. And, you know, I got a feeling that these guys might have some thoughts and feelings about Pete Hegseth here that would be non-conducive to breaking their vows to the Constitution.
They're not standards. They're just suggestions. Suggestions that get our sons and daughters killed. When it comes to combat arms units, and there are many different stripes across our joint force, the era of politically correct, overly sensitive, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now.
You know, what's crazy to me is like, don't hurt anyone's feelings leadership ends right now. I bet if any one of these people said one bad word about Pete Hegseth would have like a complete and utter mental breakdown. You know?
At every level, either you can meet the standard, either you can do the job, either you are disciplined, fit, and trained, or you are out. And that's why today, at my direction, and this is the first of 10 Department of War directives that are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today...
Oh, okay, so you could have just sent an email. Awesome. Great.
At my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met, at every level we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense. And core to who we are and what we do, it should be in our DNA. Today at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness.
Oh, the CCs are off. I'm so sorry, Banana Brains.
Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%.
Why do political speeches to the public all feel like filibustering lately? That's actually an excellent question, and I was thinking about that myself just the other day. And I think the answer to it is that the reason it all feels like that is because they're writing speeches, all of the speeches, every single speech that, you know, Donald Trump gives, that Pete Hegseth gives, that anyone from the White House gives, they are written to be campaign speeches, right? They are written to be pandering to the Republican base. And so when you are seeing it and you're noting the similarities, it's because they are just, it's unending campaign speak, you know? It's unending campaign speak. And like, to really emphasize it, this isn't supposed to be a speech to the public, right? This is supposed to be a speech to all of our military leadership from the rank of brigadier general up that have been flown in from all around the world specifically to hear this speech. And if this was a normal circumstance for a speech that is so important that you have to recall all of the top leadership, this would be done behind closed doors. You would not have it recorded or released to the public, and it would not be about this. But they have turned even something unprecedented like this into a televised event because they know it's going to get a lot of people's attention because they've done something unprecedented with military leadership and turned this into a campaign speech. That's it. To engage like the Republican base and be like, look, see, they're doing tough stuff. Donald Trump is tough, just like Pete Hegseth. They're talking so tough. And like, that's it. That it is, you know, like some scary stuff is being deployed here, but the scariness is mostly in the rhetoric, not in the actual effect of what is going into, like what is being put in place, right? Because even in the circumstances where they are putting certain things into place, they've fired a lot of the competent people who are supposed to implement these things. And so, like, it's just turned into meaningless drivel to ever prolong the campaign.
It all starts with physical fitness and appearance.
Like, I'm sorry, you don't need to recall all of the generals to tell them that, like, oh, you need to make your troops hot. You need to, you know, my fair lady, your platoons, okay? You need to make them hot and, like, you know, sexy so that we can get more recruits. Like, that's... You didn't need to fly them in. And we all know that the thing you are implementing is new grooming, like, standards that are going to disproportionately affect African Americans and might result in around 60% of African Americans needing to leave the armed services, the armed forces, because otherwise they will get skin infections as a result of the grooming standards that Pete Hegseth wants to put in place.
If the Secretary of War can do regular, hard PT, so can every member of our joint force. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look.
Just, again, to really clarify, he's talking to those people. Like, he's talking to he's calling the people in the audience fat, and that they are an embarrassment to the service because they're fat. And again, if you're a general, you have like 20, 30 years of experience in the military. You are not in the military anymore for your physical prowess. You are in the military because of what you've learned. And I you know, it's crazy I have to point this out, but like your brain isn't like your biceps or your thighs. It's very different muscle.
Look, it is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test. And as the chairman said, yes, there is no PT test. But today, at my direction, every member of the Joint Force at every rank is required to take a PT test twice a year, as well as meet height and weight requirements twice a year. Every year of service.
Cool. So we're gonna kick out a bunch of military leaders. What is he proposing? He's proposing a way to call the military.
I can't wait until Hegseth mandates a sobriety test.
That'll never happen. That'll be the day. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And new grooming regulations are going to give black people infections. How does that work? Well, so how it works is that they want to have every member of the armed forces essentially shaved, clean-shaven. And if you are African American, there's a way that hair can grow into your face as a result of shaving too often that can lead to infections in the skin. I forget what it's called, something Barbe. But that kind of infection is actually pretty serious. And this type of reaction is going to get you kicked out of the military. So it's kind of like, if you stay, folliculitis, Barbe. Yeah, thank you, Fox of Fate. So basically, kick out like Sikhs, Muslims, African Americans, and yeah, shaving bumps, razor burn. No, it's different than that. I didn't think that was unique to black people. It's not unique to black people. It just prominently affects African Americans more so than, like, you know, white folks. Over 60% of Air Force people with shaving waivers are black, I think. Yep.
Also today, at my direction, every warrior across our joint force is required to do PT every duty day. Should be common sense. I mean, most units do that already, but we're codifying it. And we're not talking like hot yoga and stretching. Real hard.
Yeah, no fucking stretching. We want you to get injured while you're doing your physical training.
PT, either as a unit or as an individual. At every level, from the Joint Chiefs to everyone in this room to the youngest private, leaders set the standard. And so many of you do this already. Active, Guard, and Reserve. This also means grooming standards. No more beards, long hair, superficial individual expression. We're going to cut our hair, shave our beards, and adhere to standards. Because it's like the broken windows theory of policing. It's like when you let the small stuff go, the big stuff eventually goes. So you have to address the small stuff. This is on duty, in the field, and in the rear. If you want a beard...
Just as an FYI, folks are saying, like, oh, it's ingrown hairs. Now, folliculitis is not just ingrown hairs. It's like your face gets infected and can turn septic. Like, it's not good. And also, it can permanently scar your face.
You can join Special Forces. If not, then shave.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? The Special Forces are allowed to keep their beards? Why? Wait a minute, why are Special Forces able to keep their beards and not... Alright, this is just transparently stupid.
We don't have a military full of Nordic pagans. But unfortunately, we have had leaders who either refused to call BS and enforce standards, or leaders who felt like they were not allowed to enforce standards. Both are unacceptable. And that's why today, at my direction, the era of unprofessional appearance is over. No more beardos. The era of rampant and ridiculous shaving profiles is done. Simply put, if you do not meet the male-level physical standards for combat positions, cannot pass a PT test, or don't want to shave and look professional, it's time for a new position or a new profession. I sincerely appreciate the proactive efforts the secretaries have already taken in some of those areas, service secretaries. And these directives are intended to simply accelerate those efforts. On the topic of standards, allow me a few words to talk about toxic leaders.
Dude, I don't think you want to talk about that. As part of this administration, you should not talk about that.
We also will be inspecting for Iron Cross tattoos.
And if you have one, immediate promotion to a special new unit I'm forming. The Special soldiers. We'll call it the SS.
Upholding and demanding high standards is not toxic. Enforcing high standards, not toxic leadership. Leading warfighters toward the goals of high, gender-neutral, and uncompromising standards in order to forge a cohesive, formidable, and lethal...
I'm sorry, wait, what?
...and uncompromising leading warfighters toward the goals of high, gender-neutral, and uncompromising standards in order...
Oh, okay, now we're willing to start talking about using gender-neutral terminology in buildings. Oh, okay, all right, okay, no, it's fine and not woke when Pete Hegseth is talking about gender-neutral standards, but the second, you know, trans people start talking about gender-neutral bathrooms, everyone starts fucking popping their eyes out of their sockets. Okay, all right. Fucking see how this is.
To forge a cohesive, formidable, and lethal Department of War is not toxic.
That's right. We will be deploying the genetically perfected otter forces. They will take our eugenics and they will march out and build dams and float on their backs in water and generally have a good time out there. We have created the perfect organism to look adorable and sexy. Wait, what?
It is our duty.
The Femboy
Rangers.
Rangers.
Our constitutional oath. Real toxic leadership is endangering subordinates with low standards. Real toxic leadership.
Oh man, dude, have you looked at the president's cabinet? Have you not looked around at any of the meetings you've been going to, Pete? Did you just not see the through your alcohol glazed eyes? Did you not recognize who you're working with?
Is promoting people based on immutable characteristics or quotas instead of based on merit. Real toxic leadership is promoting destructive ideologies that are an anathema to the Constitution and the laws of nature and nature's God, as Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence. The definition of toxic has been turned upside down, and we're correcting that. That's why today, at my direction, we're undertaking a full review of the department's definitions of so-called toxic leadership, bullying, and hazing, to empower leaders to enforce standards without fear of retribution.
Yeah, boys, that's right. We're allowing you to bully your soldiers now. Hell yeah! Now you can finally bring back the hazing practices that we stopped due to the proliferation of sexual assaults. Time to bring it all back. Nothing was wrong in the 90s. Nothing at all. Everything was fine.
Or second guessing. Of course, you can't do like nasty bullying and hazing. We're talking about words like bullying and hazing and toxic.
You can't like you know like when I say bring back bullying and hazing, I don't mean like, you know, bullying or hazing. I mean like the fun ones, like the jackass types of bullying and hazing. You know, except, you know, I guess if you did the jackass types of bullying and hazing to someone who wasn't being filmed for a show or a movie like that, I guess they'd be pretty upset and maybe sue you in a court of law. I hadn't really thought about that, but you know, you guys know what I mean. Like, hazing's good, except when it's bad, and bullying's good, except when it's bad, and you guys know where the line is when it becomes bad, so let's bring bullying and hazing back. Hell yeah! No accountability, that's how this is going to work.
They've been weaponized and bastardized inside our formations, undercutting commanders and NCOs. No more. Setting, achieving, and maintaining high standards is what you all do.
And you're all really bad at it, as shown by the fact that I have repeatedly called you out for failing to meet these standards and, you know, promoting people right. You know, I've dedicated this entire speech so far to talk about how you're all lazy pieces of shit who can't meet at, you know, real standards like mine. But you know, like you all have high standards.
And if that makes me toxic, then so be it. Second, today at our direction, we're ensuring that every service, every unit, every schoolhouse, and every form of professional military education conduct an immediate review of their standards. Now, we've done this in many places already, but today it goes across the entire Department of War. Any place where tried and true physical standards were altered, especially since 2015 when combat arms standards were changed to ensure females could qualify, must be returned to their original standard. Other standards have been manipulated to hit racial quotas as well, which is just as unacceptable. This too must end. Merit only. The president
Most of his secretary career has been revenge on the army for discharging him, but the "I'm not toxic, you're toxic" whining is really transparent.
Also, like, it is really transparent, but like, if it's really that transparent to us, imagine how comically transparent it is to military leadership that is sitting there, again, just absolutely stunned and dumbfounded by what they're seeing, you know? Like, holy shit, dog. You're talking to these guys about this shit? Just, fuck, they're both 1,000-yard staring.
About it all the time, merit-based. Here are two basic frameworks I urge you to pursue in this process. Standards I call, my staff's heard all about them, the 1990 test and the E6 test.
Hey, remember when I cracked a joke like a couple seconds ago about like how everything was great in the 90s and, you know, nothing was bad? I can't believe he's actually embracing that textually.
The 1990s test is simple. What were the military standards in 1990?
Oh, I promise I didn't pre-watch, guys. Holy shit. Holy shit. Let's go back to the 90s when everything was great.
And if they have changed, tell me why. Was it a necessary change based on the evolving landscape of combat? Or was the change due to a softening, weakening, or gender-based pursuit of other priorities? 1990s seems to be as good a place to start as any.
If it's as good a place to start as any, why not start, like, I don't know, last year? Why not start with the standards of last year? Why are you going all the way back to 1990? Why not, like, I don't know, last year? Or 2013? Or 2014? Like, I don't know. Like, seems kind of like you're picking that for a specific reason, though. Apollo and the gift of foresight, indeed. Persephone. No, not Persephone. Cassandra. No monitor cats. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
And the E6 test. Ask yourself, does what you're doing make the leadership, accountability, and lethality efforts of an E6, or frankly an O3, does it make it easier or more complicated? Does the change empower staff sergeants, petty officers, and tech sergeants to get back to basics? The answer should be a resounding yes. The E6 test, or O3 test, clarifies a lot, and it clarifies quickly. Because war does not care if you're a man or a woman. Neither does the enemy. Nor does the weight of your rucksack, the size of an artillery round, or the body weight of a casualty on the battlefield who must be carried. This, and I want to be very clear about this, this is not about preventing women from serving.
This is not about preventing women from serving. It's just saying that women shouldn't serve. You know, not because I hate women, but because, you know, they're just not as strong. Generally. You know, one of the things about this is, like, I'm sorry, y'all know that, like, buff women exist, right? Like, you all know that, like, women that can bench more than you exist. And I don't care how much you can bench, there's a woman who can bench more than you somewhere. And the idea that, like, oh, well, you know, women just are, you know, weak and effeminate, and, like, you know, the women in our armed forces just can't do just can't perform physically. Like, come on, like, get your head out of your ass. Like, go watch, like, I don't know, lesbian jocks training at the gym. Okay, like, those girls, all right, are bench pressing with the best of them.
We very much value the impact of female troops. Our female officers and NCOs are the absolute best in the world. But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those
mildly muscular MILF. No, Jack, I didn't know that.
Women can't serve, and I know that will make women's tennis unwatchable. But let's be honest, we weren't watching that anyway, right, fellas?
Sake Tanuki, thank for the 2 tier 1 subs. But also, it's like, women can't serve. Okay? Because we all know that the ones that can really serve are the genetically modified super otters. That's right, I'm talking about the ones that are genetically modified to serve cunt. You know, we've done away with the ways of the 90s when we added a bunch of people to the military in order to maximize our effectiveness and diversify the types of people who could serve cunt. But now we have the genetically modified super otters to maximize cunt serving. We'll be opening a femboy Hooters in every enemy nation. Subverting their national security. Oh, God. What are they going to do with the found out closeted soldiers? But I'm a cheerleader camp. Look, RuPaul's still around. They could send them to the but I'm a cheerleader camp. Okay, possible. Am I mistaken, or wasn't 1990 back when gay people were banned from the military? Yes, this was, you know, yes.
Physical standards must be high and gender neutral.
Whoa, gender neutrality again here.
I kept hearing citation needed when talking with college students, so we made super dolphins and whales on purpose.
Sake Tanuki, I really like that one. I might take that and tell my partner that one, because I think she'd really like it.
If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. If that means no women qualify for some combat jobs, so be it. That is not the intent, but it could be the result, so be it. It will also mean that weak men won't qualify because we're not playing games. This is
Look, we just need to kick out everyone from the military and start from scratch, everybody. It'll be fine. What could possibly go wrong?
Combat. This is life or death. As we all know, this is you versus an enemy hell-bent on killing you. To be an effective, lethal fighting force,
this is you versus an enemy that's hell-bent on killing you. And you have a gun. And as we all know, like, in order to use a gun, you need to be at least 6'2" and 300 pounds of pure muscle. Because that's how guns work.
You must trust that the warrior alongside you in battle is capable, truly physically capable of doing what is necessary under fire. You know, this is the only standard you would want for your kids and for your grandkids. Apply the War Department Golden Rule, the 1990 test, and the E6 test, and it's really hard.
High and gender neutral. Why, that applies to at least 80% of Portland's population.
To go wrong. Third, we are attacking and ending the walking on eggshells and zero defect command culture. A risk-averse culture means officers execute not to lose instead of to win. A risk-averse culture means NCOs are not empowered to enforce standards. Commanders and NCOs don't take necessary risks or make tough adjustments for fear of rocking the boat or making mistakes. A blemish-free record is what peacetime leaders covet the most, which is the worst of all incentives. We, as senior leaders, need to end the poisonous culture of risk aversion and empower our NCOs at all levels to enforce standards. Truth be told, for the most part, we don't need new standards. We just need to reestablish a culture where enforcing standards is possible. And that's why today, at my direction, I'm issuing new policies that will overhaul the IGEO.
Is he legit encouraging war crimes right now? Yes. I mean, like, the basic goal that he is pushing forward here is that we need to have fewer safeguards that prevent soldiers from doing massacres. Like, that's essentially the general thrust of this. Like, when he says we need our military to be more violent and deadly, he's talking about just, like, killing civilians in order to pad out how destructive our military seems, right?
And MEO processes.
Who is this loser? A Fox News TV host who got made the head of U.S. Armed Forces, second only to the president, for some reason.
Call it the no more walking on eggshells policy. We are liberating commanders and NCOs. We are liberating you.
See, I think that he genuinely thought that this was all gonna go over really well, because in his mind, military leadership should be excited to kill more people, because he thinks none of them are like, all of them are just chomping at the bit to, like, massacre villages of people. And, like, I don't think that that's necessarily true of members of our armed forces.
We are overhauling an inspector general process, the IG, that has been weaponized, putting complainers, ideologues, and poor performers in the driver's seat. We're doing the same with the equal opportunity and military equal opportunity policies, the EO and MEO at our department. No more frivolous complaints, no more anonymous complaints, no more repeat complainants, no more smearing reputations, no more endless waiting, no more legal limbo, no more sidetracking careers, no more walking on eggshells. Of course, being a racist has been illegal in our formation since 1948.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Because then why are you implementing a policy for no clear benefit to our armed forces' effectiveness that is going to disproportionately kick out African Americans and people who are non-Christians? Does that mean, like, Pete Hegseth has to be kicked out? Oh, wait, no. Because Pete Hegseth is part of the civilian leadership of the military, and thus he can be a racist. Aha, the loophole he's discovered.
The same goes for sexual harassment. Both are wrong and illegal. Those kinds of infractions will be ruthlessly enforced. But telling someone to shave or get a haircut or to get in shape or to fix their uniform or to show up on time or to work hard, that's exactly the kind of discrimination we want.
His first deployment was Gitmo for 18 months in 2004. Think about that.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Simric, and I will, and that's awful. I also just want to throw out there, like, he's literally advocating for discrimination now, and not only that, but, I don't know, can you guys think of a situation in which, I don't know, someone might comment on someone's weight and that also be sexual harassment? Can it not be, I've just thrown it out there in case you aren't, putting two and two together here. Is it not like some some level of sexual harassment or discrimination when we're talking about like the grooming of like African American members of the armed forces, like, or like, it just kind of seems to me like if you're signaling out one specific group of people with your policy for no reason, that seems kind of like you're doing the things you were just saying were illegal, but you're trying to find loopholes to make it okay. And he didn't even try and hide it, right? Which is why he pointed out these two things are illegal, but it's totally cool for us to discriminate in other ways. Uh-huh.
We are not civilians. You are not civilians. You are set apart for a distinct purpose. So we, as a department, need to stop acting and thinking like civilians and get back to basics and put the power back in the hands of commanders and NCOs. Commanders and NCOs who make life...
We need to stop thinking like civilians, which is why we're broadcasting this to civilians.
...and death decisions. Commanders and NCOs who enforce standards and ensure readiness. Commanders and NCOs who, in this War Department, have to look in the mirror and they have to pass the golden rule test. My kids, your kids, America's sons and daughters. So I urge you all here today and those watching, take this guidance and run with it. The core of this speech is the 10 directives.
Take it and run with it. Like, if that means you guys make fun of me, like, that's totally cool. Remember, you guys are allowed to bully. So if that means you guys are gonna, I don't know, make some kind of, like, papier-mâché effigy of me pooping my pants, like, that's just, I encouraged you to do that. Go do that. Go do that. Look, it might be capturing me at one of the lowest moments of my life, but, like, if you need to, like, hire a digital billboard and play on loop images of me getting hit in the nuts by a skateboard, like, I'm all for it. We just rescinded our regulations against bullying and hazing, and I, as your new Department of War head, expect to be bullied and hazed the most. Zach Fletcher, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. Why can't he just name his 10 directives? He's talking so long to get to the point. Well, again, if you're going to ask that question, it also begs the question, why not just send this as an email?
We're announcing today. They were written for you, for Army leadership, for Navy leadership, for Marine Corps leadership, for Air Force leadership, Space Force leadership. These directives are designed to take the monkey off your back and put you...
Because we all know, whomst among us hasn't struggled with the monkeys on your back? You know, I wake up and I look in the barrel next to my bed and all of the monkeys are gone. And I look around and I go to the mirror and I see one on my back and I go, looks like it's another ape escape. Something Sony's never gonna say again, apparently.
The leadership back in the driver's seat. Move out with urgency because we have your back. I have your back. And the Commander-in-Chief has your back. And when we give you this...
And they to be clear, they have... The Commander-in-Chief has your back, but not like the monkey has your back. He's not the monkey on your backs. Okay, don't...
Guidance, we know mistakes will be made. It's the nature of leadership. But you should not pay for earnest mistakes for your entire career. And that's why today, at my direction, we're making changes to the retention of adverse information on personnel records that will allow leaders with forgivable, earnest, or minor infractions to not be encumbered by those infractions in perpetuity.
Oh, good. Just what we need to not know when people did a sexual assault in the military, you know? Because that's really what he's talking about, right? Like, if you're caught doing a sexual assault in the military, like, that should be wiped off of your record so that, it doesn't haunt you forever.
We have your back until you aren't hazing my back enough.
Prop Games, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Appreciated. Get good sleep, bread into toast.
People make honest mistakes, and our mistakes should not define an entire career. Otherwise, we only try not to make mistakes, and that's not the business we're in.
Man, it sure seems like he might be talking about something that he has a example in his mind of, but isn't inclined to share it with the class. That's so strange.
We need risk takers and aggressive leaders, and a culture that supports you. Fourth, at the War Department, promotions across the Joint Force will be based on one thing: merit. Colorblind, gender-neutral, merit-based. The entire promotion.
Well, we might not want the colorblind in here because we are going to be extraordinarily ableist when we're talking about these. Look, we're gonna be sexist, sure. We're gonna be a little racist, sure. We're also gonna be hella ableist, all right? Which is why we need colorblind, gender-neutral, non-biased policies.
Process, including evaluations of warfighting capabilities, is being thoroughly re-examined. We've already done a lot in this area, but more changes are coming soon. We'll promote top-performing officers and NCOs faster and get rid of poor performers more quickly. Evaluations, education, and field exercises.
Man, the KKK must be like just jizzing their pants every day over these clowns. Like, I'm sorry, the most racist people in the country love Pete Hegseth. I bet they're right now hand sewing him an honorary hood that they're gonna mail to him. Like, it's not that far out of the question. When we're talking about folks like this, they are essentially hoodless KKK members. The way they just embrace the supremacy, it's disgusting.
Will become real evaluations, not box checks, for every one of us at every level. These same reforms happened before World War II as well. General George Marshall and Secretary of War Henry Stimson did the same thing. And we won a world war because of it. As it happens, when he started the job, Chairman Kane gave me a frame and a photo to hang in my office. A matching frame and photo hangs in his. It's a photo of Marshall and Stimson preparing for World War II. Those two leaders famously kept the door open between their offices for the entirety of the war. They worked together, civilian and uniform, every single day. Chairman.
They even lived together. And rumor has it they only had one bed. And what were they gonna do? Not like one of them sleep on the floor. No, they slept in the same bed, and they became closer and closer. Eventually, their hearts opening up to one another. And what happened after that is only for themselves and the sheets in the aftermath to tell.
Kane and I do the same. There is no daylight between us. Our doors are always open. Our job together is to ensure our military is led by the very best, ready to answer.
And then they did war crimes, yes.
The nation's call. Fifth, as you have seen, and the media has obsessed over, I have fired a number of senior officers since taking over. The previous chairman, other members of the Joint Chiefs, combatant commanders, and other commanders. The rationale, for me, has been straightforward. It's nearly impossible to change a culture with the same people who helped create or even benefited from that culture, even if that culture was created by a previous president and previous secretary. My approach has been simple. When in doubt, assess the situation, follow your gut, and if it's the best for the military, make a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president.
So if you're not going in there and sucking them off on a daily basis, you're doing something wrong. All right? Just get right up in there. I've done it before you. You guys can do it too. It's fine. It just takes some practice. All right? But you got to suck them off. That's the #1 rule in this military now. You got to suck the president's dick. Anyone who doesn't loses their job.
Every single day. But in many ways, it's not their fault. It's not your fault. As foolish and reckless as the woke department was, those officers were following elected political leadership. An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI+ statements. They were told females and males are the same thing, or that males who think they're females is totally normal. They were told that we need...
What are you talking about, man? Like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm sorry, did you find it difficult to follow, like, 2 memos about LGBTQ soldiers? Was that too many things for you to juggle? Oh, man.
Need a green fleet and electric tanks. They were told to kick out Americans who refused an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policy.
Wait, yeah, no, I'm sorry. If a million Americans died, and if you're in the military, you give up a right to a degree of that bodily autonomy, and that means, yeah, they can tell you to take a vaccine. They could tell you to fucking charge a foxhole. They could tell you to like take a vaccine. Yeah.
Set by foolish and reckless political leaders. Our job, my job, has been to determine which leaders simply did what they must to answer the prerogatives of civilian leadership, and which leaders are truly invested in the woke department, and therefore incapable of embracing the War Department and executing new lawful orders. That's it. It's that simple. So for the past 8 months, we've gotten a good look under the hood of our officer corps. We've done our best to thoroughly assess the human terrain. We've had to make trade-offs and some difficult decisions. It's more of an art than a science.
Also,
we have been and will continue to be judicious, but also expeditious. The new compass heading is clear. Out with the Shirellis, the Mackenzies, and the Millies, and in with the Stockdales, the Schwarzkopfs, and the Pattons. More
Jesus. You know, again, insulting, like, guys that are pillars that all of these people knew, all of these people worked alongside, and, like, trying to put up, like, military dynastic names as, like, substitutes. That's, that does not go over well.
Leadership changes will be made, of that I'm certain. Not because we want to, but because we must. Once again, this is life and death. The sooner we have the right people, the sooner we can advance the right policies. Personnel is policy. But I look out at this group, and I see great Americans. Leaders.
Trucker John, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Also, I don't know why I didn't read out your message, but I'll read it out for you. These generals are not happy at all. These guys? Nah, look at them. They're just moved almost to tears. They're just so happy they're almost crying in disbelief. You know, like they're watching a home makeover on Extreme Home Makeover. You know, the bus just got moved and now they're seeing a beautiful new house where once there was a not so beautiful house.
Who have given decades to our great republic at great sacrifice to yourselves and to your families. But if the words I'm speaking today are making your heart sink, then you should do the honorable thing and resign. We would thank you for your service.
Yeah. You guys should all definitely quit. You should all definitely quit. We just really want you to comply with these orders in advance.
But I suspect, I know, the overwhelming majority of you feel the opposite. These words make your hearts full. You love the War Department because you love what you do, the profession of arms.
What the fuck is happening in the US? It's just weird watching up from here in Australia. Well, what's going on is an authoritarian fascist movement has gained steam in America, and it currently holds most of the highest levels of office in the country. And this is why you must fight conservatives tooth and nail in your respective countries, because, folks, it's only a matter of time until they turn out like this. Until the dumbest people, the most malleable people in your society are bought up and propped up by billionaire money and then plied with gifts so that they then become, figureheads of an authoritarian fascist movement. And then the second they are in power, they defund all of your social safety nets and try and give all of that money to the richest, most powerful people in all the lands. Like, that is how capitalists buy politics. And it's happening now on a global scale.
You are hereby liberated to be an apolitical, hard-charging, no-nonsense, constitutional leader that you joined the military to be.
Loving your stream so far. Joke of the day, how do trees connect to the internet? They log in.
Real Melon Lord, thank you for the £5. Very much appreciated. And also, solid joke. Solid joke.
Locked in on the M. Not the D, the E, or the I. Not the DEI or the DIE of dime. By that I mean the M. Military. Of the instruments of national power. We have entire departments across the government dedicated to diplomatic, informational, and economic lines of effort. We do the M. Nobody else does. And our GoFos need to master it in every domain and every scenario. No more distractions, no more political ideologies, no more debris. Now, of course, we're going to disagree at times. We would not be Americans if we didn't. Being a leader in a large organization like ours means having frank conversations and differences of opinion. You will win some arguments.
You know, what's interesting is that this entire speech, though he's throwing around some, like, pretty dire rhetoric willy-nilly, it makes him look so powerless and weak. You know? Like, it just makes him look like a joke.
And you will lose some arguments. But when civilian leaders issue lawful orders, we execute. We are professionals in the profession of arms. Our entire constitutional system is predicated upon this understanding. Now, seems like a small thing, but it's not. This includes as well the behavior of our troops online. To that end, I want to thank and recognize the services for their new proactive social media policies. Use them. Anonymous, online, or keyboard complaining is not worthy of a warrior.
So fucking rich coming from the guy who leaked top secret military intelligence via signal chats that he wasn't supposed to be using. But okay.
It's cowardice masquerading as conscience. Anonymous, unit-level social media pages that trash commanders, demoralize troops, and undermine unit cohesion.
Oh, yeah, by the way, what's that? What's that, Pete? What's that, Pete? You told them not to leak anything, and like they immediately went and leaked how they felt about the entire thing? Oh, that's so crazy. All right. Good story, bro.
Must not be tolerated. Again, O3s, E6s. Sixth, we must train and we must maintain. Any moment that we are not training on our mission or maintaining our equipment is a moment we are less prepared for preventing or winning the next war. That is why today, at my direction, we are drastically reducing the ridiculous amount of mandatory training that individuals and units must execute. We've already ended the most egregious. Now we're giving you back real time. Less PowerPoint briefings and fewer online courses, more time in the motor pool, and more time on the range. Our job is to make sure you have the money, equipment, weapons, and parts to train and maintain, and then you take it from there. You all know this because it's common sense. The tougher and the higher the standards in our units, the higher the retention rates in those units. Warriors want to be challenged. Troops want to be tested. When you don't train and you don't maintain, you demoralize.
God. Look, you need to apply, guys, you just need to apply hustle culture to how you approach your military training, okay? Look, just hustle culture your way through the military. We won't give you any benefits or anything, but like, it would really make us look better if you were hot and ripped and also like completely and utterly disposable to the cause, you know? Yeah. Look, just less book learning in you, more stabbing people in you.
And that's when our best people decide to take their talents
Good night,
to the
Miss
civilian
Milena.
world.
Nobody's an M like Pete
The leaders who
Hegseth
created
after
the
he's
woke
had a few
department have already
drinks.
driven out too many
He
hard
gives a
chargers.
totally new meaning
We
to the
reverse
term
that trend
military readiness.
right now.
Oblivious, thank you for the $5
There is no world
dono.
in which high-intensity war exists without pain.
What is the National Guard? In America, every state has a National Guard that can be called up in, like, case of emergency. Usually, like, disaster relief type situation. But they do a certain amount of training and, like, you know, have the ability to operate as soldiers. But more often they are used for, like, disaster relief, evacuations, stuff like that. Right? The people who sign up to be in the National Guard are, by and large, doing so because they want to help people in their communities in times of crisis. Right? And the problem with that is that the United States president can also attempt to assume control of National Guard regiments and, like, deploy those in a similar way for disasters, but Trump has been trying to use that power to deploy them as soldiers to occupy parts of their own states. So, like, the reserves, kinda, yeah.
Agony and human tragedy. We are in a dangerous line of work. You are in a dangerous line of work. We may lose good people. But let no warrior cry out from the grave, if only I had been properly trained. We will not lose warfighters because we failed to train or equip them or resource them. Shame on us if we do. Train like your warriors' lives depend on it. Because they do. To that point, basic training is being restored to what it should be. Scary, tough, and disciplined. We're empowering drill sergeants to instill healthy fear in new recruits, ensuring that future warfighters are forged. Yes, they can shark attack, they can toss bunks, they can swear, and yes, they can put their hands on recruits. This does not mean they can be reckless or violate the law.
Yeah, we want our military trainers to be legally protected so that they can beat recruits. That's a really bad idea. Like, sitting in front of a room full of military specialists and saying, I think we should allow our drill sergeants to beat our recruits. I don't think you guys are going to be able to make many people recruit, you know, to be honest.
but they can use tried and true methods to motivate new recruits, to make them
like beating them,
the warriors they need to be. Back to basics at basic as well. Of course, and you know this, basic training is not where mission readiness should end. The nature of the evolving threat environment demands that everyone in every job must be ready to join the fight if needed. A core credo of the Marine Corps is every Marine a rifleman. It means that everyone, regardless of MOS, is proficient enough to engage an enemy threat at sea, in the air, or in a
Oh God, Benjamin Aristotle Buzz, I would love to see them try to implement a draft. I'm sorry, if they had to implement a draft to do exactly zero conflict, it would like, you would see riots in the streets so fucking fast.
Called rear area. We need to ensure that every member of our uniformed military maintains baseline proficiency in basic combat skills, especially because the next war, like the last, will likely not have a rear area. Finally, as President Trump rightly pointed out when he changed the department name, the United States has not won a major theater war since the name was changed to the Department of Defense in 1947. One conflict stands out in stark contrast: the Gulf War. Why? Well, there's a number of reasons, but it was a limited mission with overwhelming force and a clear end state. But why did we execute and win the Gulf War the way we did in 1991? There's two overwhelming reasons. One was President...
You can get your birthday song if you remind me when we're not in the middle of a segment.
Ronald Reagan's military buildup
Fedora
gave an overwhelming advantage. And two, military and Pentagon leadership had previous formative battlefield experiences. The men who led this department during the Gulf War were mostly combat veterans of the Vietnam War. They said never again to mission creep or nebulous end states. The same holds true today. Our civilian and military...
The same holds true today. If we just pretend that whole War on Terror era never happened. If we just pretend the last 24 years didn't happen, then yeah, we definitely learned a lot about no mission creep and not overstaying the terms of our deployment.
Military leadership is chock full of veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan who say never again to nation building and nebulous end states. This clear-eyed view, all the way in the White House.
Like, I'm sorry, you can't be saying that, and then like have the current president of the United States complaining that the last war didn't end soon enough, or the right way, when like Biden like actually followed through on ending the war, you know.
Combined with President Trump's military buildup, postures us for future victories if, and we will, and when we embrace the War Department. And we must. We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherent.
Yes, the Gulf War was against like a conventional military, Zach Fletcher. It was not an insurgency, and we did not go there to like occupy the area.
Reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep.
Did Biden follow through? Yeah, he pulled troops out of Afghanistan.
War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win. We unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement.
What?
We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country.
Okay, when you loosen your standards of engagement, what you're saying is you just massacre civilians. That's the takeaway. The reason you have those standards is so that you don't just kill innocent people.
No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters. That's all I ever wanted as a platoon leader. And it's all my E6 squad leaders ever wanted, back to that E6 rule.
Just, it is crazy that he's like talking about being a platoon leader to a room full of people who've spent their entire their entire lives working their way up the chain of command and are like 15, 20, 30 years out from having their command of a platoon, you know? Like,
we let our leaders fight their formations, and then we have their back. It's very simple, yet incredibly powerful.
This guy is a psycho, Matthew H.
A few months ago, I was at the White House when President Trump announced his Liberation Day for America's trade policy. It was a landmark day. Well, today is another Liberation Day. The liberation of America's warriors, in name, in deed, and in authorities. You kill people and break things for a living. You are not politically correct and don't necessarily belong always in polite society. We are not an army of one. We are a joint force of millions of selfless Americans. We are warriors.
Huh. Millions of people coming together with a singular goal? That sounds like socialism.
We are purpose-built, not for fair weather, blue skies, or calm seas. We were built to load up in the back of helicopters, 5 tons, or Zodiacs, in the dead of night, in fair weather or foul, to go to dangerous places, to find those who would do our nation harm, and deliver justice on behalf of the American people in close and brutal combat, if necessary. You are different. We fight not because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. You see, the Ivy League faculty lounges will never understand us, and that's okay. Because they could never do what
are you talking about? You have your own academics and intellectuals within the military. Why people go to fucking West Point, man? Like, what are you talking about?
You do. The media will mischaracterize us, and that's okay. Because deep down they know the reason they can do what they do is you. In this profession, you feel comfortable inside the violence so that our citizens can live peacefully. Lethality is our calling card, and victory our only acceptable end state. In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service, I recited a commander's prayer. It's a simple...
Not just any old prayer service, okay? It was the Pentagon Christian prayer service. You know, Muslims not allowed, Jews not allowed, you know, Sikhs not allowed, apparently. It's very important that it's a Christian prayer service.
Yet meaningful prayer for wisdom for commanders and leaders. I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. But the prayer, it ends like this.
Imagine transitioning from talking about how you want your military freed of the constraints that prevent them from doing war crimes, and then transition into like, you know, oh, we all need to pray for the maximum effectiveness of our military.
And most of all,
yeah,
Lord,
you better not be an atheist.
Keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them. And amen. I have prayed this prayer many times since I've had the privilege of being your secretary. And I will continue to pray this prayer for each of you as you command and lead.
You know, like you can, okay, he is a total fucking wanker, but I take issue with the statement that he's a talented public speaker, because he's not. You know, like, he's able to speak, but there's a difference between speaking with no pauses and being a good public speaker. You know, like, you have to be able to be engaging with your speech, and like, this is boring as hell. And if you know anything about anything, it's not only boring, but it's so fucking wrong and incorrect, you know? Like, it's like, so like when it comes to like the talent, I mean, his talent is being an on-air personality, but like outside of being like a morning news guy, talking head, like nothing here is impressive. Any one of you in this chat could do what he's doing right now. No problem.
Our nation's finest. Go forth and do good things, hard things. President Trump.
Hard things, like the genetically modified super otters.
Has your back, and so do I. And you'll hear from him shortly. Move out and draw fire, because we are the War Department. Godspeed.
Room, attention.
Oh god, no one fucking clapped. And like I know that they're not supposed to clap. I know that they're not supposed to clap. But the fact that they didn't is a really good sign. It's a really good sign. Because if we were really down the shitter, what you would have seen was, despite the fact that they're not supposed to clap, a bunch of them clapping. But that didn't happen because I think the military leadership owes its loyalty to the Constitution, not the president, and certainly not that fucking jackass. You know? So I appreciate it immensely. Oh god. So folks, they didn't clap for Trump either. Yeah, no, not any clapping really. At the beginning there was like one guy who laughed at like a joke that Hegseth made, and then the rest was just dead silence. God. Imagine having, like, I don't know, like 10,000 years of combined military experience sitting in front of you, and you're getting lectured by by Pete Hegseth. Oh man, it genuinely makes a mockery of our armed services that this is the leadership that has been put in charge of them. It is genuinely a mockery. And I think they both knew it. I think Hegseth and Trump walked out of this knowing that they looked absolutely ludicrous, and it's gonna haunt them. It's gonna haunt them, and it's going to be one of those things that persists in the minds of military leaders going forward. And that, I think, is an unambiguously good thing when we are staring down the barrel of authoritarianism and the US military is not inclined to help these clowns. Is Trump cognizant enough to be haunted? Maybe not cognizant enough to be haunted, but cognizant enough to be embarrassed, certainly. These fucking fascist people are owning the disaffected youth everywhere, and I really wish they weren't. I mean, honestly, it's because most of us need to do a better job about talking about what makes people genuinely happy. You know? Like, what winds up happening is that, we as military members do swear to defend the Constitution, but the Secretary of Defense is head and the POTUS is Commander-in-Chief, full stop. Look, you can either say you are serving to defend the Constitution, but if you are also saying you're going to serve someone who directly violates the Constitution, then where your loyalties lie say a lot about your quality. Let's see here. Anyway, folks, like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things. This is a shit show, but I think ultimately it comes down to being a shit show that is good to see if you are someone who does not support authoritarian rule in this country. You know? Oof. Did they have to swear loyalty oaths? Not as far as I know. Look, you don't have to say I'm a brilliant speaker, because, like, there are better speakers than me. But the point I was trying to make is that, like, a lot of how these far-right fascists operate is that they seek to find vulnerable, disaffected youth. They then put them into the pipeline of radicalizing them by via anti-feminist videos, or, you know, like, oh man, feminism, they don't want you to have sex or have fun, and they secretly want to destroy you. That's why you can't get any dates. And then, like, that then gets, like, pipelined into various other bigotries and supporting conspiracy theories. And it feels very much to someone who is susceptible to that kind of stuff, which is most young people. Like, you've discovered, like, a secret world that explains everything. And the reality is, like, it's capitalism. Like, capitalism is isolating you. There is a direct profit motive to isolate you and make you replaceable and work you to the bone. You know? I can only give you views, a thanks, and comment. Hell yeah, coloring. Let's go. And, like, I don't know, it just kind of seems to me that we need to do a better job as people on the left at, like, pointing out how people can actually improve their lives. I think, like, a certain element of focus on self-improvement is genuinely pretty useful, which is why I take umbrage with people who embrace too much doomering, you know, too much doom and gloom. Because frankly, why? Why? If you are upset about something, do something about it. You know, like, it's not enough to just know the correct thing to do or have the correct opinions. You have to act on those correct opinions to make them more than just intellectual wankery, you know? And so you gotta organize in your local communities. You gotta organize. You gotta work with other like-minded individuals. You gotta know what you believe in and why. And it just seems to me like, unionize your workplace, you know, organize with Dems, radicalize them to better politics, organize with DSA, make them actually effective. You know, do the things. And I think that they're, like, the void of left-leaning folks who advocate for improving yourselves. And I'm not even talking about, like, having, like, a 12-step plan to, like, fix every issue in your life, a la Jordan Peterson. But, like, I think it can be as simple as embracing, like, the concept of self-improvement the same way, like, a shonen anime protagonist does. You know, like, You got to get people excited about improving themselves, because improving themselves is cool. It's awesome to feel like your body can do new things. You know? And I don't know. I think that kind of rhetoric reaches a lot of these people and defuses a lot of them before they can get further down the pipeline. Yeah, exactly, Professor Dumpster Fire. It's the feminism that keeps them from having dates, not the weird obsession with other people's junk, or the toothbrush machine, or the eugenics, or the warmongering, or the open acceptance of fraud, or the loving of grifting, or... Yeah, exactly. It's not the fact that they are deeply off-putting to anyone who is remotely normal. It's the women who are wrong. The hard truth is the vast majority of the military are young kids in their 20s. None of them are thinking about authoritarianism or fascism. We just did what we were told. Yeah, except we're not talking about young kids in their 20s. We're talking about every one from brigadier general rank and up in a room listening and being lectured about how shitty they are at making decisions by the world's most successful fail son. You know, like that's what we're talking about. Whew. Well, folks, we covered the two main topics I wanted to talk about. The other one, of course, is the Trump speech, but, like, you know, I feel like we can get the gist of it from, like, I don't know, let's just skip to, like, the 30-minute mark and see what he's saying. No pre-watch, by the way.
I did not name it. Boeing came.
Oh.
And they said, "Sir, this is our submittal. It's the greatest fighting jet ever done." And, you know, they're testing all these planes. All the companies are testing, and this one.
Holy shit, he sounds bad. God, the Bidening has reached an advanced stage. I don't think we've ever seen even Biden this bad.
Tested like through the roof. And they said, "We'd like to name it the F-47. I said, "All right, let me think about it." Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, "Okay." You know, that means 47. I'm 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, you know, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want to have their open borders and people coming in from all over the world, including jails and mental institutes. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. We're investing tens of billions of dollars in modernizing our nuclear deterrence capability.
All right, sleepy boy. Let's see how he's doing 20 minutes later.
White House, they come up to me, young women, "Sir, thank you." I know immediately what they thank you. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a...
Yeah, I'm just surrounded by young women these days. It kind of brings me back to a certain other time in my life. Maybe like 20 years ago or so. Just a very different time in my life when I had different friends. You know, I had some different friends. I lived down in Florida. I hung out with a really different crowd. And I was just surrounded by a lot of young girls. Just a lot of young girls constantly coming up to me. And I had no idea why. And, you know, and coming up to me and my good friend Jeff. And, you know, like it just it reminds me. You know, occupying our greatest cities reminds me of that time in my life when young girls would just come up to me.
Crime in Washington in so long. Because we got the careers. We call them the careers. We got the...
Dude, he can't even enunciate career.
In so long. Because we got the careers. We call them the careers.
We got the queers. We call them the careers.
We got these lunatics out. And they'll never be any good. You know, I hate to tell this to the liberal media. You could spend time with them. You could do whatever you want. You could send them to the finest schools, which they couldn't get into anyway, mentally. They couldn't get in. But no matter what you do, they'll never be good. They're bad. They're career criminals. I don't know. Maybe they were born that way. Some people don't like me to say that, but maybe they were. Certainly some were. Together with the leaders here today, we're also restoring a needed focus on defeating threats in the Western Hemisphere. Throughout this region, cartel terrorists have been allowed to wage a relentless campaign of death and destruction on our country.
All right.
To soldier. And one generation of warriors to the next. You are warriors, you know that, right? You're great warriors. Or you wouldn't be in this room.
Hey, have you, the career members of the military, ever considered yourselves warriors? You're warriors, you know. Have you ever thought about that? Thought about it, how you're a synonym for your job?
You're the best of the best. From Concord Bridge to Fort McHenry, from Gettysburg to Manila Bay, from Normandy to Sicily, and from the jungles of Vietnam to the dusty streets of Baghdad, America's military has charged into hellfire, climbed up jagged mountains, crossed roaring oceans. This country that should have never been there. Because we had the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known.
And that's why I've talked about how you need to go to war against your fellow citizens in the United States. Because in the middle of all of this insane rambling, I said to the entirety of the military leadership that you guys need to get ready to go to war against citizens of the United States. And like, that's just a normal thing for me to say. I'm just a little goofer. I'm a little goofer. They call me the goofer. Donald the Goofer, they call me. Like, genuinely, it's just, it's insane, right? Like, oh, yeah, by the way, military leadership, be ready to, like, invade U.S. cities. You know, which is why I'm glad that the military is, you know, looking like this at this man. How much did this cost? This meeting alone probably cost in the ballpark of like a minimum $20 million.
With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Who doesn't like fighting? Who doesn't like winning? We'll just end the speech with 3 fights, 3 wins. God. So, just throwing it out there, I am feeling pretty hopeful. I know that seems very weird in the face of this particular shit. But the fact that the military does not seem on board with this, does not seem enthused about this, and ultimately, if they are given an order that would subvert the Constitution, I feel more hopeful than I have been that they would not follow that order. So, you know, I guess we'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. But I gotta be honest with you guys. Today seems like an immense moment of weakness from this administration. Like, oh God, why? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? I just, look, this is not the room, the faces of a room that is generally accepting to what they just saw. That's all I'm saying. Also, the government shutdown is great. That is good news. That is good news if you want, you know, people to have health care and not have all of their money go to billionaires. So, you know, I think that's great. I think today is good. Democrats held the line in a way I did not expect them to, and honestly, military leadership was less brain poisoned than I thought they might be. So overall, my hopefulness has gone up, and I'm also just going to throw out there that the fact that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump came out of this looking so incredibly bad and silly, that's also great news. All of this is great news. And folks, make sure you are organizing to go to October 18th. That is the day for the next No Kings protest. And more and more spots are filling in every day here. You can go over to nokings.org in order to sign up or to register a new event. I'm going to link it in all the chats here. Boop. And yeah, excellent stuff. October 18th. Let's fucking go. This map is filling in more and more every single time I see it. Hasn't even been a year, Jack. What is this administration? Yo, I mean, this administration is an authoritarian one. It is a fascist one. And the fact that they are all clowns makes it easier for us to resist the attempts to destroy our democratic foundations. And that's our job right now, folks. Our job is to organize locally, put forward a vision of a better world on the local level, improving your local area, and build power. Like that is the name of the game right now, because you on your own are not capable of fixing the organizing apparatus in every part of the country everywhere. But you are capable of getting involved in your local community. Every single one of you is capable of doing that somehow. Rome also hated kings. It's true. My city actually has some gatherings now. Hell yeah, Rain. Giving this speech and this giant meeting seems like it was supposed to distract from the government shutdown in some way. Big spectacle, but it flopped hard. Yeah, no, 100%. They wanted to distract from the government shutdown and try and blame it on Democrats. And also, and I think this is more important, they wanted to solidify their image as big, strong, tough authoritarians, capable of crushing any kind of resistance under their boot. And the fact is, be unimpressed. Be as unimpressed as you are right now here in this chat in your day-to-day life. Like, when people ask about it, you can say that you're scared, sure, but also point out that these people are like talentless hacks and buffoons. You know? "14 people dead in a shooting versus American troops in downtown Chicago." I don't think that's true. Like, American troops aren't in Chicago at the moment. Yeah, also, J.B. Pritzker is saying, like, the latest that J.B. Pritzker is saying is that 100 National Guardsmen might be deployed to Chicago. So, like, I don't know about that one. Like, we're still in the might be deployed, if at all. If you're talking about ICE, that's not American troops. What was yesterday's title regarding Matt Walsh's mask slipping a bit further? Oh. He did a video about why he hates, you know, like, Middle Eastern people. He literally did a white supremacy video. Whew. All right, folks, it is 5 o'clock in the morning here. I am exhausted. If you've enjoyed the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, you guys make this show possible. Live streams, not monetized. You know, you're not seeing ads if you're over on YouTube. And it's because you guys support the show, and that is that. You know, like, so please consider supporting the show, and otherwise I will see you all tomorrow or later today, I guess. I'm always subbed. Hell yeah. Whew. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
I hereby cast a spell of war to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the dono ghost.